Hello, this is Captain. I want to make a quick update video. This is Friday, October 13th, 2023. We've had two hotfixes drop here less than 24 hours from when the DLC came out. The DLC came out yesterday in a very rough state. A lot of things were broken. Now, many of us have been anticipating that who look at the updates every week. Months ago, the developers asked us if we wanted a pressurization update. I think that was a little bit of CYA. They had been working on it for a long time. It was going to come out anyway, but they were talking to the community and getting the community involved in what they were working on. I think many of us understood that this was going to be a very large change for the game. Many players have been asking for very large engine changes in how the game works, how the physics system works. Anytime you do a very large change like this, you are going to break some things. There are going to be some things that break that are unexpected. I think we need to kind of internalize this a little bit and look at some of our own builds that we build in Stormworks. Many of us who build in Stormworks understand we are the ones creating the systems to make our creations work. How many times have we made errors, small little silly errors that have taken us a while to fix, that we overlooked and didn't see, and it completely breaks our builds? This is what happens in game development. They put out some things that they either missed or didn't anticipate, or they're in a rush because they had a deadline and things were broken. But less than 24 hours later, the two most requested bug fixes that have been on the bug tracker in the last 24 hours since the DLC came out, the main issue for me and for many people right here was fixed this morning. Fix resolves ship buoyancy and other gravity issues. I just tested it out. I have a couple pictures. I'll compare them. Yesterday, most ships were sinking. Of course, that is a game-breaking bug. But in less than 24 hours, that has been fixed. Another one here. Jet engines now work efficiently up to much higher altitudes. I did a test yesterday on a live stream. You can go ahead and watch that if you like, where I took one of my jets that I knew was working well, and it would only fly up to about 1,000 feet before the jet engines would lose any sort of thrust. That, of course, is a bug. That is not an intended feature. That now appears to be fixed. They also fixed SRB fuel weight. So let's go ahead and take a look at Triton and see the changes between 24 hours ago and now. So this was after I launched Triton yesterday in a live stream. This is what Triton looked like yesterday. Triton's my large ship. As you can see, of course, this is a game-breaking bug. You can imagine this is quite frustrating. This is what Triton looks like today. As you can see, Triton floats perfectly fine how it has always floated. In less than 24 hours, they fixed this main bug. Of course, it would have been better if it didn't come out in this buggy state, but that is game development. That is what happens. Things get bugged, and that's what happened yesterday. In less than 24 hours, this was fixed. I would recommend to people have a little bit of patience. I know it sucks. I know a bunch of things are broken. I know for a lot of us, our favorite game is not perfectly playable. But many of us have been asking for large changes to how the physics works in game to improve the game, and they did that yesterday with the pressurization update. But a lot of things were broken. In less than one day, they fixed some of the major issues. There are going to be more issues, and they're going to keep working on it. This is why most developers will release a large change to the game on a Thursday or earlier in the week so that they can spend the rest of the week doing hotfixes. If I were to be a guessing man, I would say all next week they're dedicating to doing hotfixes and bug fixes. So the best thing for you to do is to go to the main menu. And when you're there, if you look up the right here, we have report bug / request feature. All right, you'll sign in through Steam. It'll say you're signed in. Now what you can do is you can go in here and you can click on these stars. That tells them what is the most important thing to you. For example, let's type in sync, because the main one yesterday was ship sinking. As you can see here, medium large ship sink on spawn. I had started that one. My boat's vanished. Start a boat, normal game mode, it sinks immediately. These are all from yesterday. You can see 12 hours, 15, 17, 19, 22, and then that's 1 month. So these are all from yesterday. They've already fixed that in less than 24 hours. So have some patience. It's going to take them some while. Best thing to do is come in here, create an issue here, be as specific as possible. Being a jerk isn't going to be helpful. If you're specific and you say exactly when this problem happens, they can reproduce it. If they can't reproduce it, they can't fix the problem. So try to be as specific as possible. I would recommend people click on other people's bug requests here and like this. So right here, see this one that says syncing? This one has 13 stars on it. This one has 3, this one has 2, this one has 3, this one has 4. So if we add all these together, what's that, 5, 6, 7, 8? That's 12. So that would have been 25 stars for this. That makes it really easy for the devs to go through here and to see, okay, right here, look, 25, that is the most popular issue. They do that themselves. As you can see, the devs have already closed it. Closed duplicate. Set as duplicate. Click on that one. So this is the best way to do this to get this to actually work. As you can see, there are 10 in this one. So this issue has something like 40 stars. If you guys would put them all in the same spot, it makes it so much easier for the developers to say, hey, this is really important to the community, and then they know which bugs we want fixed first. So go ahead and do this. I know it's frustrating. I'm frustrated as well. I'm not letting it bother me. I'm just playing other games. I'm taking a break. I'm researching some of the new mechanics. I know it sucks that your favorite game is not perfectly playable right now, but as you can see, in less than 24 hours, they've fixed the major issues. Any minor issues, hopefully they'll get fixed within the next week. I think the game is going to be in a much better place in a week. I think a lot of people are panicking. You know, there have been many games out there. They said, oh, this is the death of the game. This is the death of the game. And years later, the game is still doing fine. It's going to take some time. They did a huge change here. I think some people are underestimating how big of a change this was to the fundamental elements of how the game works. It's going to take a little time to get it back up and running, but I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a better game that has more things for us to do. I'm already excited about the pressurization update. I think there's going to be so much new content that can be derived from that, and enjoyment and new engineering things to go after. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully your game's working a little bit better now with the hotfixes, and I assume there'll be many more hotfixes to come. So thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye. All right, guys. Hello. I'm booting up the game right now, and I'll read through some chat. How's it going there, FS? How's it going there, KSP Aviation? Daniel K, how are you? Embry, how are you? Let's see. Ross, how's it going there? Let's see. Citrus, what's up? What's up? CG, how are you? And David, how are you? How are you guys? So yep, so as you can see, I played the video I made earlier today. I I was kind of frustrated, but I was less frustrated by the game being in a buggy state yesterday than a lot of people's reactions. I think most people were reasonable, but of course, you get a group of people who are super grouchy or just ultra vocal. And I think, there are many games that will break their game with a major update. It sucks. Would it be in a perfect world? Of course, it'd be smooth and nothing would happen, but that's not reality. So talking about, a perfect utopian world isn't really useful. A lot of games have done this where they've broken the game and they quickly fix it. I think of Cyberpunk's launch, where Cyberpunk was an absolute cluster when they launched, and I think it took like 6 months for them to fix the game, and now they just had a new DLC for Cyberpunk that people are really hailing as this is what the game's supposed to be. The game's perfect now. The game's great. People are really loving the game. And so, as you noticed, in 24 hours, they fixed the main issues. Now, of course, we can make the argument, yeah, they should have seen this. Yeah, they could have a testing branch, all these things. I think we need to kind of, one reason why I don't freak out about some of this stuff is I try to look at it from their perspective is, my understanding is this is a very small dev team. We're talking probably 4 or 5 people, and they are working on multiple games. People will criticize Deltars for not knowing anything about his game. Sure, I think that's a fair criticism until you realize that he is this, the head of a company that makes multiple games. And so, he has to know, he has to be a manager of the company, essentially. That's his primary focus and his primary job. And it would be great if he could also be, a line developer as well, but that rarely actually happens, and he's not focusing on one game like Nikita from Escape from Tarkov, which is a game that has ultra amounts of money. That game still has huge problems from time to time, especially with big updates. Star Citizen has 1,200 developers and $600 million they brought in, and that game is nigh unplayable most of the time. And so I think a little bit of perspective helps. If you guys watched the stream yesterday, you saw what Triton looked like. This is what Triton looks like today. And so it's night and day difference. The devs, let's go ahead and I'll quickly bring up the bug report there. I'll bring it up on the other page so you guys can see it. But I believe the developers said that it was an issue with gravity. So what a lot of people think, and what I would concur with, is that it seems like the issues we were having with our ships was because if you did not buy the DLC yesterday, you still got essentially most of the world. You just cannot go into orbit, and so you got most of the stuff you just can't go into orbit. And so the way the devs did this was with gravity. And so it appeared that, for example, I think it was Stalemate. Put in a bug report talking about how masses were something like 262% of what they should have been with liquids. And so if I read the developer here, C is not dense enough. Thank you for the report. It's not related to a buoyancy pivot glitch. All boats with sub-bodies were affected, especially big ones, now fixed. I think I did read somewhere it had something to do with gravity. So likely what was happening was it was a bad number in there where everything was way, way, way overweight. And of course, if something, is more dense, it's going to displace more water. It's going to sink lower in the water. Hence, most of everybody's boats were sinking. And so, as you can see, in less than 24 hours, they fixed it. So I would urge patience. A lot of people, some of the same people, in fact, were saying that the sky was falling when modular engines came out, and they were very hard to cool. They got the feedback from the community. The developers then fixed modular engines so they were reasonable to cool. People said it would be the end of Tarkov when they put in inertia. The people who liked Call of Duty style gameplay said, oh, this is the death of Tarkov, and now not a single person complains about it anymore because they're used to it. And so things get fixed, things get tweaked. So I would recommend patience. As you can see, a lot of the main issues we were having yesterday, the ship's not sinking was the main issue. And then we had jet engines. They said they fixed that. We'll have to do some testing later to see. But that was the other issue, and it seems like they fixed that as well. So, this was a huge update. I think some people are underestimating how much of a change this was to pressurization, to put all that pressurization mechanics in. It was a huge update. And a lot of things are broken, and a lot of things that used to work are not going to work anymore. And so eventually, at some point in the not too distant future, this is going to become normal for us. The game's going to be fine, and people need to kind of, like, some people who are really just being crazy need to relax, take some time, take a little break if they can't handle it, and things will be back to normal. And I think things will be better with this update. I'm already really interested in a lot of the pressurization stuff, and so I think this is going to be a positive update. It's just going to take a while to get all the kinks out. So that's kind of my take on it. I think people need to relax. I would highly recommend don't go out there and try to, quote unquote, fix all of your vehicles. I saw a bunch of people yesterday were trying to fix their ships. So they made a bunch of changes to all their ships, and then today the hotfix comes out. And so if they spent 3 hours fixing their ship, and then the hotfix comes out, well, none of their fix is going to work, and now they're doubly frustrated because they didn't have the patience to just say, you know what, game's broken, can't be played. You know, and that's kind of, I would take it that way. If the game is too broken to play, take a little break, and then come back when it's fixed. You know, worst case, give yourself a little bit of a week's vacation, and then come back and things should be working pretty well. So a bunch of testing I want to do today. Put out some videos on parts. Those are going to keep coming out. So the whole parts videos, if you've seen any of those, I put them out last night. Pretty much it's just me going over the parts. I will go into more depth and some more tutorials. These aren't really tutorials. These are just parts. So for example, if you watch the parts videos, I pretty much just come in and I show you the new parts. I show you the nodes. You know, I show you where to find them so that you know what all the parts are. That's the whole purpose of those videos. They're not going in depth. There will be in-depth tutorials later. So one thing I want to test here is, so one thing somebody was talking about, people were wondering about CO2 scrubbers. The pressurization update is the main thing for me. I will eventually get to space, but I'm more personally interested in some of this pressurization stuff. I think this is what's going to really change the game for the better. Is some of this stuff's really going to give us a lot of engineering issues that we're going to have to solve, which is a lot of fun. Let me see where we're at here. I always built this too short. Nope, that's perfect. All right. So let me quickly read some chat here. Said my hellos to everybody. Let's see. Yeah, so if you guys are having, Citrus, I don't know what's up with YouTube by the search. Sometimes the search gets funky. Like, it will show my videos have 0 views, and then I can see they have more views. Or I've seen other content creators' videos show 0 views, and then, you know, you actually click on the video and it's different. So it could just be a YouTube issue. Found the funny thing, if you make a ballast tank with hatches up down, you open them, and in the upper, if the upper is in the air, it fills slowly. Okay, that's interesting. Which is kind of backwards. Yeah, the drama was definitely unreal. Like, people were calling for review bombing, and they were losing their minds. And, you know, of course, anyone who said that the DLC was going to come out in a buggy state felt vindicated. Oh, I was so right. It's like, dude, if one minor bug came out, you would have said you were right, you know? And so it's like, just, people had their hair on fire yesterday. And so I think the best thing is to kind of ignore that. And I'm sure the devs are ignoring a lot of that. You know, what are they doing today? They're probably sitting in the bug tracker. They quickly found out, oh, these are the main issues. And they squashed the main bugs. And those were, I think, the biggest bugs that we had in the game. Those were the I can't play without. Like, I was shocked that it got done so quickly. I was budgeting for, okay, maybe a week. I won't be able to do any career build series for a week. And, you know, now with the buoyancy stuff fixed, I should be able to go right back to most of my normal gameplay. And so I think some people need to take a chill pill. You know, some people want the game to fail, you know, and are kind of just, you know, anything that isn't perfect, they're happy to accentuate because it, you know, it supports their preconceived notions. So one thing I want to do here is I want to do a little testeroni here. Ferrari testeroni. So somebody who had a good question, I think it was on one of my vidges, about CO2 and scrubbers. And so I made a scrubber yesterday. You know, I'm going to do tutorials on all this stuff. Again, that's the parts videos are just showing you the parts. So, you know, some people are asking like, well, how do you do this with that or that? Those will come. I don't, I've seen a lot of people have already put out some tutorials. I hope they did some research on them. I tend to do a little bit more research. I try to really make sure I can get them as close to right as possible before I start making any tutorials on them, because that's just going to raise more questions than it solves. So first thing I want to do here is we have an closed volume. Player damage is on. All right, so this is full of air. Should be sealed. All right. And so I'm going to do a quick test here, and I'm going to set a timer. Let me set a timer on my phone. It'd probably be better if I had a smaller volume to do this, but this will work fine as well here. All right, so what I want to do here is I'm going to do a... All right, so next time the carbon dioxide ticks, I'm going to click the starter on the stopwatch. Okay, so 1414 is my beginning number. So 1414. So just put my... Let's see. 1414. Okay, so 1414 was the CO2 value. As you can see, when I started this, I'm only going to run this for a couple minutes and we're going to extrapolate. This type of testing has a large margin of error because you're essentially taking what happens in a minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and you're trying to extrapolate it out to, an hour. And then you're trying to see how many hours would it take for me to, build up how much CO2 in this volume. So, if... the numbers are, of course, not going to be perfect. A perfect result would be me sitting here for an hour and seeing how high the CO2 gets. We're not going to do that. We're going to extrapolate. So I'm just reading some chat while we wait here. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Steam can go in custom tanks. Yeah, I think that's cool, the ability to put it in custom tanks and store it a little bit. That's really cool. Yep. Yeah, I think Daniel has the right idea here. My Steam stuff still doesn't work. I'll have to wait. Yep. People are still complaining about cooling is having problems. Likely what's happening is the cooling apparatus is still spawning with air in there, and that before, what would happen is if you got any air in your cooling loop, it was essentially making your cooling not effective. And that would be my assumption. What's going on is that's also happening. So, my thought process would be this is, bug reports, take a chill pill and wait. If I were, I would recommend people don't go, like I said, and really start to rip apart your builds and try to do this. Think of it this way. This is a version of the game we're not going to be living with for long. We literally lived with the 1.9 version of the game for less than 24 hours before it was hotfixed to a different version. And that different version now is... you could have spent all day yesterday retrofitting your boats to work, and then now the new version comes out less than 24 hours, later, and now your new boat doesn't work, and your old boat works again. So there's really no rush to, go fix your stuff. Fill out a bug report. When the game stabilizes a little, we'll kind of know what's going on. I wouldn't make any huge changes in your builds until we know what this is actually going to look like. Already made a ballast with pressurized tanks purging the water. It's crazy fast. Yeah, that was cool from yesterday, testing that as well. Yeah, that's gonna be really good for submarines, being able to purge water really fast. Just reading some chat here while I let this go. So we're at 2 minutes and 46 seconds here. So we'll go to 5. Coolant not circulating. Do radiators not spawn with fluid? I'm curious if I haven't done any testing, so this would just be a hypothesis, but I'm curious if the radiators are spawning with water and air, and that is causing them not to work right. Yep, yeah, that's like what Daniel's saying. I think the air ruins the heat. Essentially, air is an insulator. Air is not a conductor. The liquids are better conductors, and so any air in there... air is not a good way to conduct heat. And so once you get some air in there, you're not going to be able to conduct the heat. What you're doing is you're taking the heat from the metal of the engine in the jacket, and you're conducting it to the water, and the water is then carrying it out to other metal that has ventilated fins that then allows it to have air go over it, and then that metal is letting the air strip the heat off of it. And so if you're doing a regular air cycle on there, it's not all that effective. And so that's likely what's going on. So like I said, I wouldn't, if I were you, I would not be out there ripping out all my cooling systems. I'd just be hanging out. You know, you can watch my tutorial on how to add the custom menu, and shut off engine overheating until it gets fixed. And it could be tomorrow, it could be 3 days, it could be a week. I think the game's going to look very good in a week. You know, we saw the major things that look like, oh my God, these are game-breaking things, less than 24 hours fixed. And, you know, and so I think some of these other things need to be plugged. The devs can't check out everything. We also do some things that are a little bit strange that are not intended. You know, you see how many people do XML edited workbenches and XML edited parts, and they do infinity generators, all these things that the devs have, you know, may have never thought of. And so, you know, because a lot of us are using the game in unintended ways, until we test it, they're never going to know because they can't test everything we do. 27:16. Okay, that's 5 minutes. 27:16. All right, 27:16. All right, 27:16. That was a 5-minute test. All right, so the CO2 went from 14:14 to 27:16 in 5 minutes. All right, so we can stop my timer on that. All right, so that's a good little way we can extrapolate this. And so let's see, 5 minutes. So we're talking 12. So that would be 12 times that. So let me do a little math here. And I'm going to kind of get a rough number. Again, these numbers are going to be not perfect because I didn't do a full hour's test. If you change the size of the room, it's going to change how quickly you're building up CO. Well, not really, because it's counting liters. It's counting liters, so it should probably be the same. Percentage-wise, it would be different, but the liters are going to be the same. So we have 27:16 minus 14:14. That's 13.02 liters. 13.02 liters of CO2 in 5 minutes. We're going to multiply that by 12. That is 156.24 in 1 hour. All right. So that gives us kind of our build rate. How quickly are we going to make CO2 in that time? I should have probably written down oxygen, but it doesn't really matter. We know that essentially what's happened is the carbon from your body is bonding with the oxygen, and that when your respiration, essentially, you're taking in oxygen. That oxygen is highly reactive. It's bonding to the carbon dioxide. Actually, a lot of the fat you lose, you're breathing out as carbon dioxide. That's why in ketosis, people have bad breath, is because it's the, you know, they're breathing out essentially their fat. And so that carbon is then bonding to the oxygen because the oxygen is highly reactive. They bond, and you have CO2. 2 oxygens bonded to a carbon. And so the oxygen is being bonded to the carbon. So we should be losing oxygen, gaining carbon dioxide. And so now we kind of know that we're looking at about 156 liters per hour in this volume. All right. So that's kind of our rate. And so what I want to do here is, let's see the best way to do this. So what I want to do here is we're going to do a quick test. I want to start testing some scrubbers. So take a fluid port. And I'm gonna probably remotely operate this here. Let's go like this. All right, we'll go like that. All right. Now I'll take a catalytic converter. So catalytic converters, they're essentially they're working like CO2 scrubbers. Essentially what that's doing is the CO2 is bonding with something in the filter, and it's allowing the oxygen to be released. And so it should be stripping it back out. And so we're going to do this, and I want to toggle. Is that in the wall now? Okay, good. I want to toggle. All right, so we're going to do another quick test here. Catch up with chat. All right, so that is now plugged in here, and we're going to test this out, and we're going to see if this scales in a linear fashion or an exponential fashion for adding cats. You know, we'll look at the flow rates. We'll look at a bunch of things here, but So this is circulating in the room. So again, in a spaceship, you're not going to be want to spit this out. IRL, you can just be pumping in fresh air. Submarine, spaceship, anywhere where you're not going to be able to bring in fresh oxygen, you're going to have to spit this out. So I'm just going to do one quick check here. Make sure that this is out. That is out. Okay. Tip with these cats, if you plug them, if you point at the, if you point it like this, that will always give you the out. So when you're doing your exhaust, you want to go, you know, pipe, cat, exhaust, tip, and that will always orient them in the correct direction. So let's go ahead and we'll do a test on this. So we'll write down some numbers. So I'm not even going to go in the room because what we're doing is there should be CO2 in here already. As you can see, there's 13, 14 in there. So this is scrubber test. Let me make sure I write it down so we don't screw up my numbers here. So here's going to be the scrubber test. All right, here's the scrubber test. And so we're starting with 13, 14, 13, 14. All right, and so what we're going to do is essentially see how quickly we can scrub this. So let me get my stopwatch reset, and I'm going to go. All right, stand by. Somehow I shut off electricity. Why I would do that, who knows. Okay. So let's go. All right, so test is started. We can hear the pump going. I really do like the new sound of the pumps. As you can see, we're already down 0.04. And so we're going to kind of run a test on this and do another 5. I'll check some chat here. What I could be doing is I might move to dual base. That way I can test 2 things at once. Yep, yeah. If you read the bug fix, FS Gamer saying the pivot glitch works again, they didn't. You know, from their explanation, it was a gravity issue. They said in their fix that it was not. It had nothing to do with the pivots. I think what they're essentially doing, if you read between the lines there, I think they have no intention of changing that. They know they break a bunch of builds. They know we're doing this. Like somebody was like, "Oh, don't talk about the rocket fuel glitch. They'll fix it." You know, they're not. You know, some of these people think they're vindictive and they're out there to screw us up. No, they want the game to be as approachable to as many people as possible because that gives them, you know, that keeps them alive as a business. And I would say, you know, none of them, especially, you know, the person who, you know, heads their own company, wants to have to go find another job where they work for another developer because they, you know, they went bankrupt. So, you know, they're not trying to do vindictive stuff. This was a gravity issue, so the pivot glitches shouldn't have been the problem. In my understanding of what they said, it was the gravity thing. And again, my thought process is this: if you didn't buy the DLC, the way they're keeping you out of space is essentially by you're never going to be able to overcome gravity to get out of the atmosphere. And then if you bought Space DLC, you know, you have a little bit of a gravity change. So, you know, because of the way they had to do this, likely what's going to happen, right, is as you leave the planet, right, you eventually get out to a point where you are weightless. There's no gravity anymore in space. And as you get closer to the moon, there's going to be gravity. I think we saw in the dev stream they were bouncing around in lower gravity than Earth. And so that makes sense that was essentially one of the issues. All right, so you can see it's very slowly going down there. We are down, though. If you notice with my test yesterday, I did do about 4 cats, and it was reducing the CO2 level. So quickly see what this is doing here. So we started at, what are we, 13, 14, so we're down about around 5. I hope that I'm not putting CO2 in there. Let's step away for a little bit. You know, I don't know exactly how the system is working. What I'll do here is after this test, I'll move us over to the dual base. That allows me to do a test in one bay and start another test in the other bay. We'll be doing too much of this type of testing here, but you know, I want to kind of figure out how to make a CO2 recirculation thing. You know, now that the buoyancy is fixed, you know, a lot of people are going to want to get into submarines. You know, people have really been waiting for this for submarines. So things like the ability to get rid of the carbon dioxide, People are going to want to make airplanes. The way an airplane does it is an airplane takes in air from outside. It's called a pneumatic air conditioner kit. We call them packs. P pneumatic air conditioning AC kit, K kit pack. And so they're packs. We have more than one pack. So we would turn our packs on. And essentially what it's doing is it is a compressor driven by the bleed air on the turbine. And it will suck in air and it'll compress it and it'll put it into the cabin. And if you need hot air, it takes the hot bleed air, that heats up, and that gives you heat in the cabin. And then AC is easy because the air, you're losing 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. So if it's 90 degrees on the ground at 30,000 feet, it is only 30 degrees. So you don't really need to cool the air. The air is 30 degrees up at altitude, even on a 90-degree day. And so, you go up even higher, you're going to be even lower. You're going to be in the 20s if you get up to 37,000 feet with 90 degrees on the ground. So you really don't even need to cool that air. So the way I would do it personally in game is I would have a fluid port in, and I would just pressurize, and I would actually outflow. I would outflow the gas. What they have in airliners, they call it an outflow valve. It's a valve, and it opens up a little, and it lets a little bit of air out. So if you're pumping air in and you're letting air out at the same rate, your pressure never changes inside the vessel because you're pressurizing as you're depressurizing, and so you maintain essentially stasis, and the CO2 levels stay reasonable and the O2 levels stay the same. All right, so 1309. So we didn't really go down. My test yesterday, I did quite a few, so 13.09 after 5 minutes. So that was kind of expected. Let's go ahead and we'll switch to dual base here. Okay, let's just get that closed. I'm going to switch over there. That way I can do a test. I revealed the map yesterday. I forgot to fix it here, so. All right, let's see. Where are you at there, dual base? Up here. All right, let's read a little of this chat. All right, let's see. We'll buy you. This way I can work on 2 tests at once. All right, so we're going to really increase the size of the scrubber in here. So yesterday, I pretty much just put a bunch extra cats on here. And so what I'm going to do here is I don't want to do 100 of these tests. So what we'll do is we'll do 2 more cats there. Let's do a total of 4 cats. So we'll make it 4 times as effective. And I'll see if it scales. I don't know if it scales in a linear and exponential fashion, but these are all things we can test out. All right, so this is the new one. Get this test going. But this is the best way to figure some of these things out. So new test 1314. Hey, that's a familiar number. All right, and I'm just going to go ahead and I'll start the old stoppy watchy here while I click it. All right, so test is starting. I'm just going to take a quick look. I was not influencing. Oh, okay, so look at the carbon dioxide now. We can watch it dropping quite precipitously here. And so that is 4 catalytic converters, and we are reducing. Now, there's no person in there. So what I'm going to do here is the whole point of this test is we're going to see, after 5 minutes, I'm going to see how much has gone down. Now, in the first test, I put in 156 liters of CO2 into the room every hour. As long as I can take out at least 156 units of CO2 per hour, we know that that is an effective enough scrubber for 1 person in that room. So if you have a dog in there, I'm not going to test the dogs, but if you have, I would say the dogs probably use as much or maybe a little less than a person. I doubt they use more than a person. And so we could figure out, how much scrubbing do you need if you're going to have a space station with 4 people on it. You should be able to figure these numbers out first, and then you can go ahead and do that. All right, let's see. What else do we want to check here? Let me read some of this chat. Yeah, so I think the radiator issue is definitely the air spawning in there, so. Put a gas relief on. Math is hard. Just use a calculator. What's new with the Space DLC? There's a ton of stuff. As of yesterday, 2 hot fixes. that fixed the main bugs. The buoyancy issue, which was a gravity issue, not a buoyancy issue. So that was a gravity issue, as stated by the devs. And they fixed jets. It looked like they had artificially low. Essentially, what's going to happen is they don't want jets going up into space. You need to use a rocket to get into space. What a jet is using is it's using oxygen in the atmosphere as its oxidizer. It's compressing it, and it's adding fuel. Generally, jet fuel as its combustible, as its propellant. And so a rocket is bringing its oxidizer with it in a tank of oxygen. So they have to set essentially a certain altitude where engines are no longer going to be able to breathe, and then they're going to choke out, so you have to use rockets. Now, this is actually really cool. In Kerbal, we used to build these things called SSTOs, single stage to orbit. And so essentially it's like a vehicle that can go from the ground all the way into space. And so the way you could do that effectively is if you have to carry big tanks of oxygen, they're very heavy. And so you need to have more thrust to carry more weight. And if you have more thrust, you need more fuel. Well, fuel is heavy, so you need more fuel to carry that fuel. So you really get an enormous vehicle. That's why, like, the Saturn V was so huge to carry essentially like, a bus up to the moon, because most of it was fuel to carry fuel. And so you need so much fuel to just break the Earth's gravity and all this. So what we could do in game with an SSTO is you essentially build a ship that uses jet engines to get up to, say, 40,000 feet. And then at 40,000 feet, you then light off your rocket engines, and those rocket engines now take over. You shut down your jet turbines, and you're in space. And that saves you a lot of fuel. That helps you have a lot of space. The other one that I think is cool, that it's kind of my preferred way to get into space. I used to do this a lot in Kerbal, was I would do stratolaunchers. So essentially you put a spaceship on the back of an airplane. The airplane flies up to altitude, as high of an altitude as it can get, with the spaceship on the back. Now, in something like Kerbal, you want to be going fast too. I don't think it really matters in this game if you're going fast, but you want to go, I think it probably does actually. So you want to go as fast as you can, get as high as you can. Then when your engines will no longer allow you to go any higher, then the spacecraft detaches, lights its rocket off, and it goes up into space. And so that's some of the stuff that I'm interested in doing. All right, so we're pretty much stabilized here, it seems. We are below where we were last time. We're still not at 5 minutes. We're still getting there. So this is definitely working better. And so we'll get a rate off this. And I'll see if they're linear or not. I kind of screwed up a little bit on my timing last time, so might be a little bit off. But, we don't need perfect testing here. We just need some little bit of proof of concept and theory. All right, we're almost there. And we got 8 more seconds. All right, so we're at 1165. All right, so as you can see, that works better. So the last time we went from 1314 to 1309. This time we went from 1314 to 1164 with 4 cats on there. So let's do a little math. So that'd be 1314 minus 1165. That's 1.49 liters in 5 minutes times 12. That gives us 17.88 liters of carbon dioxide cleaned out of the atmosphere per hour. So we need 156 to, so let me just write that number down, 1788. So minus 17.88 per hour. Okay, and then so we had 156 is what I was making. So 156 divided by, so let's see. That's actually, we'd probably just subtract it. So, yeah, so we have 156 minus 17. Talking like we're out of a surplus of 139. So we're going to need more cleaning in here. So that's going to be pretty slow to clean, so we'll have to add more scrubbers. I don't think that's terrible. If you look, the scale of this is pretty small. That's a pretty compact area. You could see that being on the inside of a spaceship or even on the outside and then looping back in. Let's look at flow rates. Look at our flow rates, though. We're up to, so we have much higher flow rates. Look at those flow rates. We're in the 200 liter mark. That was really cool. So, so you can see this is working as a scrubber. Is it working as effective as we'd probably like? Probably not. Let's check this with me standing in this room. Let's do this really quick test here. So I'm standing in the room with a scrubber. And let's just look at the trend. So that one just jumped in carbon dioxide. So it looks like the way the game is doing it is it's like I have an exhale every, say, 30 seconds. So see it going down, going down, going down, and then we'll get a jump up. See it jump up? So it's like every, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds, it's like your character does an exhale. So that's good to know. All right. So to kind of extrapolate, let's do a quick test here. So 156 divided by, what was the single test? Let me see if these scale linearly or not. So it'd be 13.14 was the first test with one cat. Minus 13.09. So that'd be 0.05 for one. So if we multiply that by 4, it would be 0.2. And we used up 17.89. So this might be exponential, adding more cats. You know, of course, I did some simple testing, but the first test with one cat, we only took out, what the hell is that, 3? No, 5. We took out 0.05 units, liters of carbon dioxide. Second test, we took out 17.88 liters of carbon dioxide with 4 cats. So that's definitely, we've taken out more than 4 times with this setup. So let's do a quick check here. Let's grab this. So I don't think this is super duper too space hungry. It is a little space hungry, but I think some people are thinking, oh, what am I going to do with my spaceship that goes up? Your spaceship should be fine because you're really not in there all that long. You might be in there for 20 minutes. You know, I think they said it would take you about 20 minutes to get up there. And so that's probably all the time you're really going up there. And so then you can exchange that gas to the space station. The space station, you should have more space. And so you're going to be inputting that carbon dioxide into the space station. And then the space station should be able to scrub it out effectively is what I'm kind of thinking. All right, we're going to just go in this room here. So that's a lot. That's triple what we had before. So I'm standing in the room. Let's see if this trend's up or down. All right, we just went up again. So we're at 12.56. Okay, so it looks like this is still not enough to scrub it out. Because you see we're trending up still. All right, so that looks like that's still not enough to scrub us. All right. So what I want to do is I want to use this, keep doing this method until we finally get to the point where we scrub more than we produce. And then there's probably better ways to do this, but I want to, essentially just make sure that we can scrub it properly. All right. So I'm going to go way overboard on here. And we're just going to do this. I want to make sure that I can have some example of this scrubbing more than we produce. There's another thing that, people freak out about. It's kind of a thing like take a chill pill, fill out a feature request bug report. Like, this happens all the time in much bigger games than this game where something doesn't work right or something's not scaled properly. That usually is what happens. So, for example, if let's say we get to the point where it requires a ridiculous amount, did I hook those all in? Where it requires a ridiculous amount of scrubbing to be able to get the CO2 out, just need to make a bug report, say, hey, I would need 89 cats to be able to scrub this. I think that's a little excessive. Can we increase the effectiveness or something like that? Or could you put in a CO2 scrubber or something? I still don't know if this is even the best way, but I'm going to test this. And I just want to make sure that we have a way to scrub. All right, so this is scrubbing the air faster than I can produce CO2. So this works. So this proof of concept, it works. Yep, so this works. It never gets up to the highest level. Again, this is on a downtrend. So, of course, you see I'm using a ton of pumps. You know, we're pushing 252 liters per second through this. We probably don't need that much. You know, we may need a lot of cats. I'm not even sure we do need a lot of cats, but so they're probably much more space efficient things. But, you know, we'll definitely just check this test out, see how it goes. But you can see we're definitely on a down trajectory. And we don't need the carbon dioxide to go to zero either. We just need the carbon dioxide to not get to, you know, deadly levels, essentially. And I would say this will probably stabilize. Okay, so see here, it's stabilized. We can't go any lower now. Oh, no, it's still going lower. It's just, it's slowing down. It's not as effective anymore. Yep, so we're still losing carbon dioxide. So this works as a scrubber. Of course, it's huge, but, you know, we can refine this and make it, you know, better later. The main thing is, does this work? Will this make a space station viable? Yes, this is viable. Is it excessive? Yes. This is when people have freaked out in the past. They've been like, oh my god, I need so much cooling for my modular engines. And then some of us go out and do some research and we figure out that no, you don't. You just don't have any flow, or you're putting tanks in your system and those are bad. They're killing your flow rates, or you did this or that or the other thing. And, you know, you're doing them in series instead of doing them in a closed loop. And once we kind of do a little research and we figure these systems out better, that is the time when you can be like, you know, hey devs, this would be better if it was 4 times more effective because I need to have a huge scrubbing system, you know. So that would be when that's more effective, I would say. So this would work pretty well in here, I think. All right, let's see. Yep, so this works. As you can see, we're continually losing carbon dioxide. This should eventually probably get the carbon dioxide pretty close to nothing. So definitely not lethal levels in here. So that works. So hopefully at some point I can scale this down, but we'll put this in as our scrubber test. So I have some numbers on that. That helps, but this is, as you can see, that works. So we can definitely build submarines, space stations, stuff like that, in closed spaces that are going to allow us not to suffocate and choke on the CO2. Yep, make an oxygen scrubber. Yeah, overpressurize a torpedo bay to push them out. That could be cool. Rocket fuel glitch isn't even a glitch. It's just an XML at a block. Yeah, exactly. Like the rocket glitch isn't, like I said, it's not a glitch. It's essentially, it's us telling it, hey, fuel is lighter than air, essentially, you know. And that's essentially what we're doing is we're giving negative mass to things. And, you know, I think it would just be vindictive of the devs to come in and be like, nope, can't go below 0. It's like, you know, I'm sure they enjoy that some people have bought the game and it allows things to float, you know, like airships, you know, so I doubt they're going to go back, and I don't know why people are frightened by this, you know. Let me see. Yep. Yeah, exactly. You might have to make a module in your space station just for gas exchange, and that makes sense. You know, you have to have an engineering section. It's an engineering game after all. You know, it makes sense to have some of these things. Yep, real space stations have that as well. What the lethal ratio of CO2 is. Okay, yeah, let's make a coffin and try to get in there. Yeah, so let's see what the lethal level of CO2 is. That would be a good test. Why will that? Oh, okay. I thought I was completely sealed up. I'm not. I meant to drop this one block. I was like, why is that not grabbing? I didn't drop down a block. All right. I am so off on this. Why am I off so much on this? There we go. I was like, I know I counted. All right, so I'm going to make a coffin here. Let's see if we can get lethal levels of CO2. Player damage on. Okay. Probably make the box even smaller. Yeah, we'll do that test later. That's going to take too long. It's not building very fast. And I'm opposed to doing animal testing, so. That looks like that's going to just take too long. That made me sitting around too much. Pumps of sound are so much better. Yeah, I agree. I really like the pump sound. I wonder what Triton's engine room is going to sound like. It's actually going to be proper loud, like a real engine room. That would be kind of cool. Because Triton has a ton of pumps in the engine room. What if you bring alone some friends on a larger station? Now, likely, that's a lot of scrubbing there, but, there are some things you can do. I think one thing is, like, how long are you going to spend up there? How much time are you going to be scrubbing? If you go into a spacesuit and you do an EVA, you're no longer contributing to the carbon dioxide, and the station is going to scrub the carbon dioxide out. So there are a bunch of things there. Yeah, more scrubbers. Do you have to move linear to the ground to go to space? Am I going straight up for a long time? Still no space. I don't know. I haven't gotten to any space stuff yet. Not going to space stuff for a little while. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, put an engine in there. I'm opposed to making a gas chamber. Yeah, so I'll figure out CO2 later. That's not, I think, a huge thing. Let's see, what else? Let's test something really quick. I want to check out building a air brake system. So I want to do a quick test. Actually, I know that's pretty easy. Let's go through all the parts, see what else needs checking out here. Reaction wheels, I did this yesterday. If you watch the parts video, one of the parts videos I put out yesterday. I think I deleted it. So the way reaction wheels work is they spin and forces work 90 degrees to them. So you essentially, it allows you to move a spaceship without having to use your RCS thrusters. And so, because you're moving the wheels to move you, and you have inertia, and it's for example, if you had a spinning wheel, right, it would stabilize the ship. Any force would act 90 degrees to it and counteract it. But then if you stop the wheel quickly, it would turn the whole ship. And so that's essentially what they're doing, is they're reducing the speed. They want to move left, you reduce the speed of the wheel going in that direction. You want to go right, you increase the speed of the wheel in that direction, you'll go right. So really quickly on these, if we do, where's AD? AD. These will work in the orientation they're set up. So like you can take one of these reaction wheels and, as you can see. So this is going to be cool for, like, this is the stuff that, like, people are crying about the update. It's like, these are things that people are going to do some really unique and awesome things with. Like reaction wheels on the ground. That's going to be really cool to be able to do stuff. So like, this is how a spaceship in zero gravity can stabilize itself and move without having to use its thrusters. These tend to be overpowered in games because, you know, you'd have to know a little bit more orbital mechanics. Even in Kerbal, it's nice to have the RCS a little bit strong. Have these so you don't run out of RCS fuel. Again, you know, you don't want to have to build a ship that's so enormous just to be able to do basic stuff. So, you know, making the RCS a little bit overpowered is nice to see. So that's RCS. We have, not RCS, that is reaction wheels, rather. I keep saying RCS. So that was that. So we have three sizes of that. We have small, which is like the size of a missile. And then we have two larger sizes. A couple directional antennas. We're going to need those to be able to communicate, because the radios we have in game currently, if you had two huges, you can go 40. So you'd have to put out some stuff. It will be kind of cool. What you could do is you could do stuff like you could have an antenna on a satellite, and as long as you're within 40 kilometers of the satellite, then the dish can beam it down. You're going to need to do stuff like that to have remotely operated vehicles. Stormworks at its heart, like I keep seeing people being like, it's a search and rescue game. It isn't. It may have started as a search and rescue game, but what it is it's a building game. And so, you know, we have different arenas to build in now, and so there's some really cool stuff we could do with satellites to do string communications, where you have to have, say, with it being a flat plane, we don't have to do things like put satellites in geostationary orbit to be able to communicate around the Earth. But what we can do is we can have, say you're on the moon, and the moon's pointing at your geostationary satellite at 300, what is it, 300 meters is geostationary? And then you would then beam it down to the Earth, so you could, say, remotely operate something from the moon. Space seat, so it's a seat that we can make thrusters, and that'll be useful for some land stuff as well. Trying to find all these parts here. So here are my three reaction wheels. The large liquid rockets here. Let's look at them really quickly here. So pretty simple here. They are. So you have gimbal control on these. X. God damn it! Will this just stick? There we go. Oh, being obnoxious today. So we have oxygen in, and we have hydrogen in, and then for nodes we can do the gimbal Z, gimbal X. So you can pitch up this way and go sideways. That's all you need, and then the combinations of those. So 0.5 down, 0.5 to the left will be, you know, in the corner here. We have throttle, and we have ignition, so that will get us going on those liquid fueled rockets. I keep pressing every wrong button in this game today. So three sides of those, small, medium, large. The standard old rocket boosters, so those are SRBs. They were talking about how you have to make the fuel now, which is kind of cool. You have to make the fuel with aluminum and something else. That I think is super cool. You know, that brings in industrial gameplay, where now we have a new, so this was also like a little update for Industrial Frontier. You know, there's a reason to go get aluminum, is if you want to, like, you can still buy these boosters, but if you want to refill them, my understanding is you'll be able to. So I think that's what they said. That would be interesting to look into that as well. So I actually got a mission yesterday. I'll see if one pops up to go rescue somebody up on the moon or in space. So I'm trying to find the astronomy sensor here. I'm just kind of go a little bit part by part so I don't miss them. But I have a couple spacesuits. I'm not completely sure what the difference is. One of them has a bigger backpack than the other. Does anybody know what the difference in the spacesuits is presently? So there are presently two different suits. We have this one, which has the big backpack on it. I wonder if it's just how much oxygen it stores. And then we have this one, which is much more compact, as one can see, and they can be painted. Here are your RCS thrusters. People are asking about this. So here's your RCS thruster block. Let's take a look at what it says in here. So a fluid jet that fires pressurized air for altitude control and translation, should be attitude control and translation. The reaction control system can fire in 4 non-cardinal directions, resulting in 5 directions of motion. RCS thrusters also have body relative activation mode, where thrusters will collaborate from different orientations to achieve the desired translation rotation. So that is nice, because let's say you put them all over your ship. This is something, Kerbal, you had to really get right, or you could screw things up. So we'll talk about that really quickly. So let's check the nodes really quick. So we have this composite here, and this is helpful. That's component X, component, what is that, negative X? Okay, the positive X, negative X, component Z, plus and minus. Enable position stabilization, enable rotation stab. Body X, body negative X, Y. So those are all our different rotations on there. How to rotate the body. What it sounds like is we'll be able to string these together. And so, for example, let me show you how you want to actually build a rocket. IRL, and we'll see how much this translates to in-game. So I'm just going to do a small one here. All right, and then I'm just going to pretend this is the rocket. So like you had to do this stuff in Kerbal, you had to make sure that your RCS thrusters were in the right spots. They had mods out there to essentially cheat it, so they did this for you. It sounds like this system's going to help you to do this, because of course, a lot of people are just going to not know what to do. And so like, let's say this is your rocket. And so you have to worry about your center of gravity for your thrusters, IRL. And it sounds like you have to do a little bit in this, but the system, from what they said, it sounds like it's coordinating. So ideally, this is your center of gravity here. Now the problem is, IRL, your center of gravity is going to change. As you're rocketing up, the center of gravity is going to move more towards the center of thrust. Center of thrust is back here behind the nozzle. So right now it's in the center because these are assumed, of course they're solid blocks, but there'd be fluid in here, and the fluid would be assumed to be going rearward because as the vehicle thrusts this way, the contents want to stay lower. They want to stay back because they don't have any of their own momentum. And so it's pushing everything to the bottom. So as you drain your tanks, the center of gravity actually will go aftward. And that's probably not going to happen in game here. And so, for example, if you put your RCS thrusters, let's keep the center of gravity in the center to keep it simple. But let's say you put your RCS thrusters here. All right, let's say you put your RCS thrusters there, all right. You're going to be able to rotate this, you're going to be able to rotate this reasonable here because you have a long lever arm, right? So with this long arm, it's going to give you a lot of force. Now, if you put your RCS thrusters right here, rotating this is going to take a lot longer because you have a much shorter lever arm, all right? And so you're going to have to worry about things, you're going to have to do orientation for rotation, stuff like that. Now, if you go like this, right, you're going to be able to rotate up and down like this quickly because this one is going to have less thrust effectiveness than this one. So things like that you're going to have to worry about is like how far you put these. And that's why an airplane has a long tail. It can have a smaller elevator. If it has a short tail, it needs a bigger elevator because you need that long lever to be able to give you more torque. So kind of something to think about in that. I'll eventually get to this. I'm in no rush to get to space stuff. That's just, I'm kind of working on some of the basics here. I try to go basics. I think some people would jump the gun, and I'm trying not to do that. Let's go through some more parts. So RCS seems interesting. There was a note on the back. I'll go check it really quick before we move on from RCS thrusters. If we look there, we have fluid supply there. It says it fires pressurized air. So you can probably use just, have a tank of air if you'd like. IRL, they're usually like monopropellant burning. They're combusting. These don't look like they combust. It looks like it's just blowing air. So we can let's do a quick test on this. So let's go new. All right, so here's our RCS thruster. Ooh, put a medium tank on it. All right, let's see if I can make heads or tails of this. All right, electricity we don't need. So what we'll do here really quick is this. All right, let's see. We have component X. Enable rotation stabilization. Okay. All right, so what are we looking up to? 18? 18, okay. Actually, I want to do a little bit of a different test before I get to this, but they will work together here. So we'll go ahead and we'll take in... So I'm glad these are composites. That's something they've been doing a good job of, is more composite stuff. All right. So we have 18 total reads there and writes. I'm going to just try to quickly go through a test here. So we have 6 keys on this, and so I'm just going to run out 6 on-offs here. I assume those are Booleans. They may be numbers, I'm not sure, but we'll see if they're Booleans or numbers. Are they gonna write? I need to see what I need to convert them to. All right, so it looks like component X, Z, pause, body. Okay. So it looks like the body rotations are essentially, it's like pitch, roll, yaw. So I think we can do this in multiple ways. I think we can independently fire what we want, and we can also essentially make it so it's simpler. All right, we'll see you later, FS. We can also make it so that it's actually just moving the body, so that's kind of a way to simplify it a little bit. So let's see. So I want to do power stabilization threshold. Okay, good to know. So let's do. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do those. All right, so essentially 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll plug it right in the RCS like that. All right. Hate third-person camera. All right. All right, so let's see. All right, so let me switch these from toggles to push in the seat. I'm also curious if the RCS thruster can work to put some of that gas into a sealed room as well. That'd be kind of interesting. So we have the, as you can see, pushing down there. That goes bottom. And I think our tank is out. Tank out? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're out, though. I don't have any more pressure. Store gas, 0 liters. Yep, we're out. But, yeah, so you can see that it works with the... So, if we want to do these... So if we want to do the X and Z axes, so 1 is the... In this case, it's top. 2 is bottom. And then Z is, we have rearward, which would spin us one direction, and the other way for 4, which would spin us the other. Enable position stabilization is 5, so let's go ahead and do that. Do a new test. Theoretically, if it would spawn. All right, 5 is position stabilization, so let's do a test on that. Come on. I'm trying to keep it going fast, and I keep trying to jump on the seat and keep missing it. Oh, you suck so bad. Get out of here! Pissing me off, that microcontroller. Okay, and then we'll do 5 for position stab. That doesn't help. Alright. Interesting. Position stabilizer. Let me read more of what's going on here. Microcontroller is quite annoying me. Move that so I can like operate this thing and not be in the way. Alright, let's read more of what this has on it. I'm probably not oriented correctly either. You know, I'm definitely not oriented, have this oriented corrected, but 5 is enable position stabilization. Okay, so it could be 6 rotation. 6 is rotation stabilization, so let's play with that for a second. Thought I had 6 hooked up. I didn't. Let me see if I hooked up 6. It should be hooked up. Yep, so that should be all of them. Let me check, make sure 6 got the push treatment. Okay. 6 might be toggle. I might have to toggle 6. So let's do 5 and 6 as toggles. Okay, so that could be backwards as well. There we go. So I think I'm out, but it looked like 6 was trying to stop me from rotating. But that'd be like, I think that's like your, Kerbal had this where you turn your stabilizer and it essentially zeroes it out. It's essentially what the gyro's doing is just trying to zero out all your forces. Let's quickly check out some chat here. Oh, that's good there, Oiger. I'm glad you found that helpful. Yep, exactly. Reaction wheels will make balancing walkers possible without glitches. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a bunch of cool stuff like that we'll be able to do. You know, like really quickly here, let's do a quick thing with that is like you'll be able to put those into Oceancraft if you wanted to say like you could make some tugboats that try to make tugboats a little bit more realistic with a system like that. So that's a bunch of cool stuff. I think those reaction wheels are really cool. Yep, Segway type of devices here. Let's let's play with like a quick little Segway device here. See if we can't kind of proof of concept some of this stuff. Like I'm not all that interested in going to space right now. We had a lot of people jump the gun on space stuff, so it's like I'm not really all that. You know, they're putting out videos before they even got the DLC and even knew how any of it worked, and so like. So I'm thinking these are going to have to be opposite to the wheels. So if the wheels are going forward, those are going to go backward. And let's try... Yeah, because these are essentially gyros. We operate gyros, you know, on Earth as well to do a number of things. That's all they really are, is gyros. I'd probably plug some of that stuff in, would be helpful, huh? All right, so first thing I want to check is these should be reading a negative number. They're not, so they're backwards. Okay. So I don't know if that's the desired rotation or the current rotation. That's probably current rotation. That's probably the problem here. Yeah, that's showing current rotation. It's not showing desired rotation. Let me see what's going on here. Why does that keep coming on? There we go. Let's see. Reaction wheels, rotation, input rotation value. Okay. Let's I'm gonna just put a dial in here, see if that's showing me the desired rotation or the current rotation, because I'm not sure. So I'm also dropping it on the ground, which isn't helpful. Okay, so that's showing. Get there. Let's lower this in the ground. Okay. Try a negative X, just see if it will hold itself or not. Notice that one seems like it fell slower. Okay. So I had it right the first time. I thought I did. When in doubt, put more. If we can get something cool like this working, that could be kind of cool for a build challenge. Like, this is the type of thing that some of the negative people yesterday was kind of annoying. Look at that, baby. This is one of the things that was kind of annoying with the negative people yesterday is these are some amazing things. Like, this is going to be super cool. Imagine the game 6 months from now when people have really figured all this out. You get some really creative people doing some really creative things. It's going to be really nice. And people were taking day one and, you know, writing it off as though the game's dead. It's like, dude, you know, in a couple minutes here, we just made a Segway scooter. You know, it's like, give it some time, man. You know, so you notice how it's reacting a little bit slow, so likely the p-value is a little bit low. So what I'm going to do is we'll test this out. You know, so you get some of these things like people making walkers and stuff already that are super cool. This is going to be really cool to be able to test a bunch of this stuff out. God damn it, I don't want to do that many. Let's see. Let's just manually do it for now. Let's do 10. It should freak out if I go too high. Look at that, baby. That's rock solid. So that is probably overreacting a little bit. Yeah, that's overreacting. That's starting to oscillate. Okay, so 10's probably high. Let's try like a 3. But that was much more solid. Okay, let's do a kick test, see if it will right itself on a kick. So 3 might be overshooting. Yeah, 3 is definitely overshooting. I bet 1 overshoots too, so we kind of have to, we're not going to be able to just do the p-value probably. Let's go back to 1, we'll do a kick test, see if it overreacts. Because this is kind of like, I do the pendulum on a dial to kind of trigger in my p-values. So once it's over, is it over? That's the question. Does it not have enough power? Because if these are all at 25, you notice they're all at negative 24, they're not going to be able to pick us up. So for now, I'm going to put a little training wheel on this just so that it can't completely tip over. But this is like some of the cool stuff that, like I said, imagine 6 months from now when people really have this stuff figured out and are building some really cool things. And the detractors who said the game is dead yesterday, that's when the game is going to look even more alive, that people are building some really cool things. And instead of using like unintended things for stabilization, we now have some intended things for stabilization. So I just want to kind of make us work. So 1 seems a little bit, it's overshooting. So what I think we'll do here is we'll do a 10th and I'll bump up a D value on it. Problem is I don't want to tune this all day either. So let's do 0.1 and let's bang a D value in there. Hopefully, let's just do 100, see if that will do it for us. So use kind of an artificially low P value and run a higher D value to try to get it to behave itself. So see, it never wants to come back, so it looks like that P is too low. Okay. So if it never comes back, it's too low. Okay, see that straightened right up? Look at that. That's pretty good. All right, let's put some power to these wheels and let's go for a little ride. I don't want to copy it. All right, so what we're going to do here is try to make this simple as possible. So essentially, we take the seed in, WS is going to be 2. 2, I don't want this to go super fast or we're going to have problems, so we're going to go function. Let's take the right one. Where's number? I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, let's take this. And let's see. All right, so let's then take AD, which is 1. All right, so it'll be X plus Z. Let's see, negative 0.1. I wanted this to go slow at least to start with. 0.1. Why is that unexpected? Why is that unexpected? I don't need that one there. All right, that works. All right, let's play with that. See if this works for me. We're at here. Port. Which direction's forward? This one. Starboard. They're always backwards every time I do anything. So see, it's hard to tip over now. There's my Segway. See if can I turn left or did I do it backwards? Nope, we're turning left. Okay, good. And can we turn right? And we can turn right. A little bit slow, but it works. Yeah, get a little picky poo here of the wonderful things of this terrible patch. See, this is the thing. It's like, dude, you know, things suck sometimes, but you can control how you react to them. You can't control the patches. You can't control any of that, but you can control how you react to them. And it's like, you know, if go have fun playing the game or go play something else. You know, come back and when it's fun for you. It's like, yep, things are frustrating. Like, dude, like even some of the people here who were like, you know, were really bummed out by the ship stuff. And, you know, thinking that I was going to be bummed out. No, dude, I expected this. We expected it to be a mess. And then less than 24 hours later, they fixed it. I thought that was quick for them. I thought it was going to take a week to fix it. You know, people were review bombing yesterday. It's like, dude, give them at least a day to put out their hotfix. Give them a week. See where it's at a week. How many times has there been things in here that, you know, were poorly implemented, and then we thought they were the end of the world, and then boop, guess what? You know, we figure out workarounds, we get used to them. You know, it's like it happens all the time. You know, the example I used of Escape from Tarkov, there was a player base who played it like Call of Duty, and it was never supposed to be Call of Duty. It was supposed to be more hardcore than that. And so the developers put in, the heavier you are, you can't stop on a dime if you're heavy. And the heavier you are, the slower you move. The heavier you are, the more noise you make. And so people thought this was the end of it, end of the game. Nope. Guess what? Nobody complains about it. And a lot of the people who are complaining actually like it now because they're used to it. So a lot of the stuff, it takes some time to get used to it. Change is always difficult. And it's like the people freaking out yesterday. I just was like rolling my eyes at it, man. It's like, I understand it. It sucks. Give it, you know, if it was 6 months after the patch came out and that was how the game is, that's how Star Citizen is. You know, 6 months and you still have game-breaking bugs that make it so you literally can't play. That's like Star Citizen. You know, I get grouchy at Star Citizen for that sort of stuff. For example, like I bought a ship for like 200 something real life dollars in 2018, and they lied to us and told us it was going to be out soon. And they, you know, and they insinuated it'd be out in like a couple months in January, and it came out 5 years later. And so I got all excited, started playing again. The main mechanic for that ship is broken, doesn't work at all. So I can't use the ship at all that I bought 5 years ago. So I understand the frustration people are having, but it's like, just take a little bit of a chill pill. All you're doing is getting worked up and pissed off. It's like, you know, if this game was broken for a week, I'll go play some Tarkov, I'll go do some other stuff, go get some errands done. And when it gets fixed and is working again, awesome, you know. Let's stop. There we go, baby. So that's pretty quick. You see, that was a pretty quick Segway built. A little bit of fun. Of course, needs some tweaking, you know, but pretty fun little build there in a couple minutes. But like these types, like who did it? I think it was Daniel talking about how it'd be cool to be able to do this. Like people were doing this with glitches to be able to make their mechs work. They will work innately now because we now have the right tools for it. So like something like this that doesn't sound interesting at first, like a reaction wheel, is now interesting because we're able to put it on some cool things like this and make a Segway. Like you could make a Segway before, but what you'd have to do is you'd have to use the motor's power to try to tip the guy up. And it could be done, but you had to get your p-values, you had to get your PID tuning just perfect to do it, or else it was a nightmare. This, you see, I barely put any effort into this. Barely had to do much PID tuning, and we now have a working, little Segway thing here that's pretty fun, and it really didn't take a ton of time to do, and so I think this is going to be kind of cool to be able to work with things like this. I'm going to run into something here. Break, sucker. But yeah, so something like this is just, cool and easy, and that's another like unintended thing for this, but it's kind of cool. I don't want to do a copyright name. Let's see. I'll read some chat. Yeah, RCS fuel looks like just air. If you read the RCS, it says right here it's a fluid supply. So you don't need RCS fuel, you just need a fluid supply. If you look at something like these, it tells you you have a connection for oxygen and hydrogen. So if it's just fluid supply, I'm curious if you could even run water through there. Let's do that test really quick. Can we run? It has a fluid port. Where's my RCS test? Did I lose it? It's probably in backups. Backup. Nope, I don't have it. That's fine. So let's do a quick test on, see if I can put some water through RCS. But yeah, so I think it's always good to just kind of, take a break when things are getting crazy. Let's see. This sort of thing, like, even though, yesterday was rough, like, yesterday I wasn't super excited after the mess, but now I kind of am, like, looking at these parts, starting to play with them. Like, we're starting to really, I think, get some, we're getting some cool ideas. Like, who was it? Daniel's talked about the Segway, and, I got excited and built a little one in a couple seconds, and it's little things like that, things we've never thought about. You're going to see the workshop filled with a ton of really cool builds. And you're gonna have you're gonna have people who are building some incredible stuff pretty quickly, and that's I think really cool, and it makes me excited for what else they come up with to put in the game. There are a bunch of things that we've been asking for. They said they already have the majors planned for 2 majors for next year. Like the major was the pressurization update. That was this major here. And so you imagine what's coming up next, and that's exciting to me. Well, what am I doing wrong here? Should be able to run raw right off of this. Oh, they're toggles again. Toggle screws me up. So maybe we can't run it off of, we may not be able to run it off of water. It has a fluid port. It might just be gas. Might be, which makes sense. You don't run water through these, but I was thinking it'd be kind of cool for small, tiny little boats. Imagine how cool that would be. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we can do this, but like that's one thing I would love to see is a very, like this is a 1-by-1 part. If we could easily like make this spit out water, we could then make some tiny little boats with like a little fluid jet essentially. So that'd be really cool to be able to do. But it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like we can. Unless I screwed up a connection or something here. Let me check the pressure, make sure we're pressurizing the sucker. Yeah, we're not moving anything through, so nothing's going through. Okay, it's being supplied. It shows it being supplied. Let me make sure I didn't screw up a connection. I'd be interested in that. All right, so I'm going raw data right to it. And so that should be fine. That should be running a Yeah, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4 should be running all of those. So it doesn't look like it's taking water unless I'm screwing something up. Because I'll turn the pump on again. I had the pump on. You can hear it on. The pressure was good. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's... I left diesel in there. Let's try water. Because sometimes diesel, it just won't work on anything. Like, you can't cool with diesel. It doesn't work. So, nah, it's too bad. That would have been cool for, like, little boats and stuff. But, you know, again, it's an unintended consequence. And guess what? This would be a super quick minor update for the devs to do if we show a lot of, hey, the RCS thruster is really cool. You know what would be really cool? If we could have a water nozzle do the same thing, where instead of pumping air through it, we can pump water through it and do things like have really small fluid jets for tiny little boats. You know, put that in a feature request, and literally all the devs would probably have to do is change it from only take air to take liquid and reskin it and call it something else, and they've just added a new part in the afternoon, you know, and all people have to do is show some interest in that. So if that's something that interests you, it's like, you know, put that in, you know, or hey, you know, the RCS thruster is a really cool part that shows us that we could easily have, you know, a 1x1 fluid jet for small boats. You know, can you put that in the game? And all you'd have to do is reskin that to look like this, you know, and the more information you put, the better. So. But yeah, that would be kind of cool. But it doesn't look like I'm hitting the buttons. I can't do anything. I'm hitting 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't get that to move, so it's not spraying water, which, again, we don't really, I don't think we expect it to do it. All right, let's see. What else do I want to check? Let's keep going through parts. You know, starting at these parts, getting some good testing in. Starting to, you know, have some fun with just testing out the parts. Like, I have more fun going through these parts right now than if I just try to go to space. Because what's going to happen is my design 1 is not going to work. Design 2 is not going to work. Design 3 is not going to work. It's better understand the parts first and then build the build, and then it will work better. Astronomy sensor. Let's check this out. So we haven't got a mission. We'll see. We'll sleep in a bed and see if we can get a space mission. So let's take a look at this bed, Johnny. Let's look at it in the editor first. All right, so right here it is showing us number of channels. 1 is the X position relative to Earth, so how far we are in the X axis from Earth, from the Earth to the Moon. So essentially it's drawing a line from Earth to Moon, and let's call that the X axis, and it's saying where we are on the X axis. So let's see. So, and it will read, so it will, likely, so let's say the moon is 1 and -1 is on Earth. So it wouldn't surprise me if 0 is geostationary orbit. I have no evidence to that, but that would not surprise me if 0 is geostationary. Y position relative to Earth Moon trajectory, so that'll be, you know, the other axis on that. So then we can triangulate using some of our normal methodologies. So like some of our autopilots and some of our bearing systems should theoretically already work with this. You know, because essentially we're just doing some of the sine cosine stuff. I'll look at some of that stuff. All right, so let's get a little readout on this. So like real quick, let me see if I can spawn us a mission. Yeah, let's actually do this real quick. Let's start a new build. And just try to get a visual representation of this so we know what we're working with here. Should just make a block that's called base and just leave it as a base. I keep building them. All right, and we want a blank microcontroller. Stick it right here is fine. It's actually, we know a couple nodes we need in there. So we need something like that. Astro number out X, number out Y. Okay. And let's start with that for now. All right, so I think it's 1, 2 anyway, so I'll check it in a second. Always backwards, every time. All right, so 1 is going to be the X position relative to the Earth Moon. Yep, I have that in right. Y is the, 2 is the Y position. 3 is going to be the Z position relative to the Earth Moon. All right, so we need a Z on there. Feel like that's fine. All right, so this should be reading our current position, astronomically where we are. So X is 0.45, Z is negative 0.25, Y is 0. So we can move this around. Likely the digits are going to be very small, but as you can see, I can read the digits. So we could use this for terrestrial nav. The Y-axis is likely your verticality, I would say. Let's see if I can. The problem is I can't read this many digits here. Change these up a little bit. Grab a couple digital displays. Just want I want the decimal places here. It's kind of backwards, and this one's flipped. Crap and a crap and a crap and a crap. Go 2 decimal places there. So you see we're moving in the x-axis here. So x-axis looks to be, what friggin' direction am I facing here? Maybe north-south. What is this mission? Okay, so space station has an emergency. 80, look at that money, dude. So this is the other, okay, so good. I was gonna sleep for a mission. So this was one of the things people were like, it's a search and rescue game. Why is there space? The first mission that pops up is you have to go rescue somebody in space. You know, I think we all knew that was coming. And the other thing is the money's pretty good. That's 80 grand for a mission. You know, space is going to be expensive, but that's pretty good money there. And so it tells you the casualties in space, you know, what it's going to be. I would say that's X, Y, Z. Yeah, X is probably negative 1.0. Y 0.45417091, and Z is that. So really, this should be pretty simple to make a targeting system for, essentially. So like, let's go into it really quickly. So like, let's grab my bearing panel. I don't need 2 of them, thanks very much. So like to find the bearing here, so like going through here, what we're doing is we're taking our X coordinates on our keypad where we want to go. So where we want to go is where the mission is. Where we want to go, Y, is in the keypad. We now have X, Y, Z, and the GPS coordinates are X and Y. That is where we are, X and Y. And so essentially you're taking the X of where you want to go, subtracting the X of where you presently are, doing the same with the Y components. You're then putting it into this. It's 360 plus 3 and percent 360. That makes sure that you don't go the wrong direction. You have ATAN, which if we look into trigonometry and we go to ATAN, that's the arc tangent. So tangent line, arc, it's the arcing tangent to get there. Arc tangent of XY, that would be right. So essentially what we're doing is once we know which one's the altitude, which one is how far we are from the Earth, we read that now as a distance, how far we are from the Earth. So that is distance from Earth. So essentially what that mission's telling us is, hey, this is the coordinates of the person in space. They're at X, Y. Okay, once you have X, Y, you know the point. Now, the point is now actually it's like a cylinder, and the cylinder goes all the way up from the Earth all the way up to space. So that is a line. That is your bearing. Now you have your bearing. You have the line that will get you there. And then the distance, instead of running a distance, it's giving us the, I think the Y is now the vertical component, which makes sense. So the Y would be the altitude. So let's update that real quick, and let's look at the mission. So like this mission here is, so once we know the distance, we would be able to, we plot our point, X, Y, and then we draw the distance. So essentially what we're doing is like on the map here, if we look, we can see here, I'm trying to move on one line. You notice I'm trying to move in one line here. You notice the Y is barely moving, the X is moving. That tells you this is your X axis. This here is your Y axis. All right, so if we want to do this on the map, if we say, oh, look, a buoy tender. Okay, so the buoy tender is right there. Let's say it's there. So that's at X negative 3376, and that's Y, whatever that is. And so that would be plugged into the bearing panel on Earth, like so. And what it's doing is it's taking, this is where the buoy tender is supposed to be on the X coordinate. This is where we are. This tells us the difference between where we are and where they are. This tells us the difference between where they are and where we are. And then it puts it in here and it gives us that tangent, the line of where to go. And all of the 360s are essentially converting this to be able to put it as degrees on the compass. We no longer need degrees on the compass. And so we could make a really simple system where it tells us, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this in, where it would essentially tell you, it would point you left, right, up, down. And so it's going to tell you, okay, you need to go more to the right, you need to go more up, you need to go left, down. And then your last component is going to be the distance. So like for distance in a standard bearing system, if we come down here, here's distance. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking the subtraction here for the X, and we're taking the subtraction here for the Y. And then we go into what's LENXY. If we look in there, I don't think it's in here, is it? No. Where is it? Is it in here? LEN? No. Where is it? Add-ons? I think it's an add-on. LENXY. That is the length. Is it squared? I don't think it's squared. Let me look at this. Nope. Okay. Not squared. So it is the, it's the length of the vector XY. So when we do this, essentially what this is doing is when we subtract these, it is giving us the relative point where we want to be, where we want to go to. And then this is giving us the length of that. So it's drawing a line from where we are to where it is. And that is our distance. And then essentially what I'm doing is I'm plugging it through here. Delta, this is giving me the change in rate there. And then this right here actually just gives me the raw distance value. And so what we do is we take the length of XY, which I assume it's in meters, and we take the meters and I convert the meters into, because I like nautical miles. So this is going to tell us this very simple thing here. It tells us how many meters we are away from it. All right. So let's do a little bit of math, and we'll try to, I know that's everybody's favorite, and we'll try to figure some of this out. So let's just grab this really quick, Control-C. Okay. So we'll kind of start working with this and playing with this a little bit. All right. So first thing I want to figure out is let's try to get some of this plumbed in here. All right, so we have X, Y, and Z. Let's quickly try something here. I'm pretty, the only number that was not changing when I was pushing that cart around was the Y. So that tells me the Y is likely the altitude. So it's the distance from the Earth to the moon. We're sitting on the Earth, so it is 0. I'm thinking that's what it is. Off the top of my head, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. I hope they're in a normal convention on the map, though, where they put them. All right, so let's go ahead. And so we want to do X, Y. No, X, it would be X, and let's see what the hell we're doing here. Let's plumb it in like this. It's doing 3-dimensional space. Let's try to do a 2-dimensional plumb here and see what I can get off this. So let's go like this for, that's a 0. Let's go that for now. All right, and then I want a couple inputs. So let's go keypad A. Number input, keypad B. B, okay, good. So we have keypad A and B here. All right, so here's keypad A, keypad B. All right, and let's try to run a bearing off of this. All right, so this is going to be the bearing right here. So bearing is, I'm just going to do start channel of 1. All right, so bearing is 1. Distance in nautical miles is going to be 3. And then here is going to be, what is this? That's ETA. So this is all ETA. So this is about, the way ETA works is the delta is a change. So if you're not if the distance, so essentially what the delta is doing is saying, okay, right now I am 1 mile away from the target. And then it checks it a tick later and it goes, right now I am 0.99999 miles from target. Then it checks it a tick later and goes, I am 0.99997 from the target. And it sees the rate at which it's changing. And so what you do is you take the distance, this is in meters, that's Z. And so it is taking, I'm not sure about these numbers. I can't remember that. 0.9 times Y, what is Y? Y is, it's smoothing. This rereads itself, so that's a smoothing issue. That's for smoothing. I went over that before. I always have to refresh myself on that. But that's part of smoothing to make sure that the number doesn't jump around like a crazy person. And then the delta is going to be X. So we take the distance divided by the change. And the reason it's negative is because your ETA, you always want your ETA to be positive. And then you're divided by 60, that's put it into minutes. So that will tell you how many minutes. You could change this value to make it hours, days, whatever you want. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And then we're not going to worry about this right now. This is ETA. I could not care less about ETA. So we care about 1 and 3, essentially. Okay, we care about 1 and 3. So let's take some more of these. And so this will be distance. And this will be bearing. All right. And I assume the distance should match one of the other values. We'll get that in a second. All right, so I need a keypad. Okay. And I'm using the keypad just because I can plug in 2 numbers into it, 2 large numbers. Of course, they plug that in backwards. Why wouldn't I? All right, and then I need to do a couple outputs on this. I'm sure people have more elegant solutions to this than me. This will give us the bearing. This will give us a number output. This will give us the dist. And I think we're running in nautical miles, so that helps. And I'm just going to quickly go like this. I don't need this right now because I'm not putting it to a panel. That let's just do it in meters. We'll run it for meters right now. We'll do logical math for space. Space, I tend to run in meters. If it's not aviation related, I don't do it in meters usually. I don't do it in imperial. Bearing, and this is distance. Okay. So let's give this a run, see what we can do to like get some conception of how this works. All right, so we're currently at, our present position is at 0.446 on the x-axis. I think this is z and y. Yep, that's z. Z is negative 0.248. And then we're at zeros and lots of zeros on the y-axis. All right, and so this is reading a number because these are reading all zeros. So the 0 point would be it would be 299. So essentially what we do is we move the nose of the craft until our dial showed 299. And then it's showing 0.5. So my understanding is that all the way to the moon would be, I'm not sure exactly how this is running. I'll have to look at it again, but I think a 1 is 100% to the moon. So think of it like percentages of how far we are to the moon. So that looks like it's about halfway to the moon is what that is there, which makes sense. If it's a space station, so this is what I think they did with the game. I think they made it so that the geostationary orbit is halfway to the moon. That would make sense to me if that's what they did. I'm not 100%. I'll get in chat in a second. Sorry, guys. I have to think a little bit for this math. So that's kind of the thought. So this is the 0 position. So that would be, it makes sense. It's halfway to the moon is the 0 position. And then that's what I'm thinking. Because it showed, I think, the Earth is -1. So if the 0 position is in a geostationary orbit between the Earth and the moon, 1 would be the moon. And then 0 would be the middle position, the geostationary position, and then -1 would be the Earth, is my understanding. So let's look at this mission here. I'm actually going to take a screenshot just so that in the event that it disappears, I don't screw it up. I don't want to do that. I want to screenshot it. There we go. Okay, so let's look. I'm going to write down just like, we don't need exact, like to 10-digit coordinates like this is. It shows -1. 0.454 .5249. I'll get one more digit on that 54 number. Okay. So that is that. Put in some of these. So one thing I want to do, let's recall this really quick. All right, let's look at this astronomy sensor really quickly here. So it's reading X. If they don't do this in a crazy way, it would be X, Y, Z every time. It'd be X, Y, Z every time. So if they do convert this funky, it would annoy me. But so I'm thinking it's 1, 2, 3. So I'm thinking it's X, Y, Z. So let's. I kind of have things a little backwards then, or a little bit screwy here. So if it's X, Y, Z, let's run with it like that. So that is Astro 1. Yeah, this one interests me. So let's go like that and see if this will give me coherent data. It may or may not. I may have this all screwed up. We don't know yet. All right, so we're going to do X, Y. So let's plug in. The first value we got is -1. And then this one is going to be 0.4541. Enter. All right, so this is giving me a bearing of 287. Now, we'd have to stick this on the end of, let's actually do something like that. This could be interesting. So let's go ahead. We'll put a dong off the back of this. And we will go up on the dong there. We'll take a pivot. You'll see what I'm doing in a second here. And I'm going to make a telescopic pointer that hopefully I can get, try to figure out the bearing of this. And so one thing that could be cool is if I can use we should be able to use the astronomical sensor to point something at the target where we're going. And this is how those dishes are going to work. We're going to have to point those dishes at one another. And so what we want to do here is, I'm trying to think how to do this astronomical. Trying to think how to get to read. I was going to put an astronomical sensor on it, but I'm trying to figure the bearing out on this. So pointing the astronomical sensor is not going to work. That's interesting. So I got to figure this out later. That's not going to work, right? But yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So like I want to be able to do a pointer, and that will figure out a bearing because normally you turn it 2 degrees on the compass, but can't do that. So we'd have to essentially what I'd be reading is x coordinates, y coordinates, and you could do it with an arrow to show you to go up and to the left. Plug in some trig for that. But like the bearing here is 270, and the distance is 0.45. So like we have to put those through numbers here. That's interesting to me, some of these numbers. Let's check this. So I don't like the. Let's try running the last two because they did change some things when they put in the physics sensor. Z became the vertical axis. So I'm not 100% sure of how they're running all this now. Let's quickly change something up and play with some numbers here. So let's get rid of this. The Y is wonky to me. Let's try Z. Let's keep Y out of the equation for now. The Y is the outlier for me. Doesn't make sense to me right now. All right. So let's try to figure this. I already changed it, but so notice the coordinates are 0, 0 now. So if you think about it, it's probably the 0 position. So it's probably, there's a 0 position on our map. I would say, let's see if we can pull the map here. If you pull the map, the 0 position is somewhere around here in the middle of the map. So that's 0x, where is it? See if I can find it. Somewhere here. We're close. It's there, and then very touchy. So right around, it's right in the neighborhood of here is the 0 position of the map. So it's right about here is the 0 position. And so likely the 0 position in space is directly above that, would be my thought. And so it'd be geostationary between directly straight up from here on this grid line right here. About right there on that grid line. If I can get it, see if I can get it perfect. If it's the big, it might make sense if, yep, it's the beginner base is the 0 point. So that right there is the 0 point of the map right there on beginner base right here, right on the grid lines. And so it makes sense to me if the 0 point in space is directly above that because it's a, it's a plane straight up. And so like if we plug in the 0 position in the map, it's telling us a bearing of 299. So if we know that 299 is straight up from there, so let's do something really quick. So let's take this. We're going to have to do a little swimming. So let's save this as Astro. Okay, let's go swim a little bit. Actually, we don't have to swim. I can make it as a, let's find the exact center position or close to the center position right there. I'll catch up in chat here, guys. Sorry, I'm way behind. All right, let's go ahead and we'll make an add-on. So this is, oh, you guys can't see add-on, so I'll tell you what I'm doing. So the new thing they added, I brought this up yesterday, is they added a thing where you can sort the elements in there. So you can't see the screen, but so this is the 0 position right there. So we're going to take this and we're going to grab the Astro and I'm just going to, we'll rotate it. I'll get it right where I want it. There we go. Okay. I'll go ahead and we'll save this as Astro. And we'll go ahead and we'll load it, Astro, and then we'll test the location. So here it is right here at the 0 position. Okay. So notice this coordinate here is now 0. So this coordinate here changed. So likely this is so like look at this here. Okay, so look at all our numbers here. Look at our x, y, z's. So our x, y, z's are all zeroed out, and that makes sense. So where is this on the axes here? That doesn't make sense to me what this one was doing. Okay, so the y value was zeroed when we were over here, and the y value is also zeroed over here. So we have to ask ourselves what is common between this, and likely it is altitude. And so likely the z, I keep saying z, the y coordinate is the altitude, which is I think how they changed it with the physics sensor to that, so that makes sense. So the y coordinate here is the altitude. This is the xy coordinate. It looks like it still tracks with the map. So that's actually pretty cool because I think some of the autopilot systems should work. Now I can't get enough digits here to read this. Up there we go. I can. All right. So like this here, like look at this. I can push this along, and we can see, me moving it on that's the z-axis. And let's see. So what we want to do is, if I can orient this perfectly to the north-south of how it should be, I can push this, and one of these should not move. The lateral, the x-axis, the x-axis should not move. Okay, so see that x-axis is barely moving here. This one's not moving when I push it. This one should be moving more when I push this. See, this is moving much faster. So the z-coordinate is this direction, is north-south, and the x-coordinate is the east-west coordinate. So when in doubt, just check it out. And so if we look at this from, go back to the map. So this makes sense. So I bet you these numbers will coordinate. So right there, it looks like we have some conversion to be doing, which I don't know why they had us do conversion, but if that is truly where these people are, they're just up in the space. You can see that the x-coordinate is lateral, like this, and the y-coordinate is vertical, but it's being read out differently on the reader there. So I'm trying to see if there's any. This is interesting to me why these coordinates are different, but yeah, I'm not sure about this 100%. But like you notice the x, y's are different, so that's interesting. But I can't really put that out there and tell what I'm doing. But yeah, so this should give us the lateral and vertical plane. So we should be able to get the coordinates, and then the last digit, the y, is going to likely be the distance. So like looking at that, we can use the astronomy coordinates to align ourselves in the x-axis and the y-axis, and then we can go straight up. Theoretically, what we could do is we could fly our spaceship to here and then go straight up, and we'd probably hit it. So kind of interesting. I'm going to check some chat here. I'm way behind on chat. Okay, yeah. I don't know why it moves the chat on me. I wish it would keep it so I know where I'm at. A bunch of language I don't understand. Something is still broken. Fluid jets. Yep. SRBs. Yep. Just make sure you put in some bug reports. Turns out lethal CO2 ratio is 29.3. Okay, sounds good. Thank you for that. Makes for some good things for Robot Wars. Yep. I've made a fridge and sat in it really slowly to hit it even in a 2x2x7 space. It was sitting in it since you abandoned the coffin. Yep. Character started choking at 26 liters. Okay, good. Yeah, so it sounds like 26 liters is the is where we're at for CO2. Why would I do it like that? Why would I make my p-value that high? No way. What's your issue, Dr. Dano? I haven't played with liquid boosters at all, so I don't know. Yep, I did electrolysis yesterday. I'll show you that, Ben Duran. I'm way late, so getting back to the chat. Just doing some of this math, I had to kind of pay attention. Yeah, I did electrolysis yesterday. You can go through that. I will be doing a tutorial on that. I might pump that out right now. I need a little break from this, and I'll quickly pump out the tutorial part on screen. I can record while I'm doing a live stream. Then you can see it as well, and I'll put that out later. If it hurts your feelings that much, there are lots of forward slashes. Just take a break. Yeah, unfortunately, play a little Star Citizen here and there. Yeah, Ben Duran, I'll show you electrolysis in a second. Sorry, it's like I said, I'm way back on this. Yes, I've built some walkers. They'll be much better now since glitch wheels does some bad stuff. Yeah, the glitch wheels are glitchy, as you can imagine. These RCS thrusters, these reaction wheels seem to be pretty good. So you see, it was pretty quick to throw together the Segway. So especially if you spent some time on it, you probably get something really nice and stable. Now, see you later there, Citrus. You can still pump air in it, not a big pump. Can sure, okay. Use pressure tank without pump. RCS found a bug, invisible vehicle. Any luck with electrolysis? Yeah, just give me a second there, Ben. I'll get to it. Even 10 big bumps not enough for RCS full power. Star this so devs fix it. Laser, go to the Discord. I put in a new thread. You can post your bug reports there, and people can star them from the Discord. That way, hopefully, we can consolidate, and we can actually show them what we would like fixed, instead of people making 900 new threads for the same old thing. That would make it much more likely we get it completed. How's it going there, Make? How's it going there, Rasmus? Lagrange point between the moon and Earth, that's about, okay, it's 2/3 of the way to the moon. IRL, it's 200, well, I'm thinking Kerbal. Kerbal, it was 265,000 meters, something like that. If I remember Kerbal right, 265,000 meters in Kerbal. Yeah, they said there was a point where you essentially, I think really all they're doing is that it's like a gravity dead zone, essentially. It's not going to get pulled towards. And that's how they're simulating it. Because, you know, all you're really doing at a geostationary orbit is essentially you're following the same rate that it's rotating. And so it puts you where you're over the same point the whole time. So that would be assumed how they're doing it. Is it close to the moon? That does make sense, though, because you figure IRL, the moon is it's quite a ways away, and so you're much, much, much closer. So that makes sense. Yeah, it'd be nice if they did some testing. I kind of brought this up yesterday. I would love it if they did thorough testing. I don't know if they have enough staff for that, because even if you know, you have to have, you know, a bunch of games have done some really good detailed testing. Like, you know, there are testers who get invited, for example, to test Star Citizen, and they you have to be invited for it. You know, they start only those people who are invited are allowed to test it for a certain amount of time. Now, these are the people who've demonstrated that they can write up good quality bug reports. So they test it, they put up a proper bug report, they have videos and screenshots, and they, you know, they put up their build specs and what their computer specs are, and they take really good detailed notes. And so you need to find people who are willing to do that. And then you need to have a dev sit down and read through all of them, and likely you're going to get some that aren't great. And so you'd have to have approved testers. You have to have them go through all the information, and I think that would help, and I would like them to do that. I'm just curious if they just don't have the staff for this. You know, like CIG has 1,600 people, so of course they can, you know, it has $600 million, so of course they can afford to have for example, they might employ two people who all they do is like run the testers, and that would be worthwhile for them. Of course, Stormworks can't do that, so you need somebody to read through all the reports and kind of go through it. I would love to see some proper testing. Have like some greenlit testers test a build, and then once that is good, upgrade it to do a general test, and then release it. But like a lot of games, they don't publicly test their DLCs because part of the whole thing is, you build up some hype for the DLC, people get ready for the DLC and do it. So they'd have to have NDA internal testers. Everybody would have to be on NDA. What happens if somebody violates the NDA? Now you have a very small company, has to get lawyers to go try to prosecute people who violated the NDA. So as you can see, this quickly for a very small company. That's why most of these small companies, I think, do internal testing. Is it gets to the point where are they going to be able to afford to do it? And some of those things we don't think about, like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal. We just let people test, and they'll read the test. They can ignore the ones they don't want to ignore. But you have to take a dev and sit them down and read everything. And then what happens if somebody violates the NDA and comes out and says, hey, it's Space DLC like 6 months ago, right? Now they have to go and prosecute this person for violating an NDA, and they're spending a ton of money on lawyers, where it's not going into the game. So that, I would say, some of the reason why they may not be doing this sort of thing. Yeah, Triton works. Tested out Triton earlier. I didn't test out everything, but it floats now. Yeah, saying they have a year to test this isn't necessarily true. We don't know what parts were in a year ago. This could be very, they said they were working on it for years. Some of these parts might have been last minute and they just threw them in because they had a deadline and they were on a crunch. I do think they should have had better testing, but, I definitely agree with that. They should have had better testing. Like I said, I think it's tough for a small company to do that because, they have to worry about NDAs. They have to worry about things getting out. They have to pay for lawyers if that happens. And so like I'm thinking about it right now. Imagine if it was me and like 4 people making a game and we're like, I'd love to have some good people from the community test, but now I have to wrestle 4 community members. I have to, make sure I get good people who are going to actually do the tests. And then, like, what happens if all 4 members like, oh, I'm really busy this week, I can't do testing. Now we're screwed. We don't have any testers. And then I say, okay, we have no testers this week. So do we delay the product past the Christmas season and potentially go bankrupt because we didn't get the game out in time for the holidays? Or you say to yourself, do I release a broken product? The community they'll certainly tell me what's wrong with the product in the first 5 hours. And then we crunch down on a Friday and we knock out the big bugs. And then in a week, the game is in really good shape. And it sucks. We're going to have a bad reputation for a couple weeks, maybe a couple months. And then things are going to get better because people are enjoying the game again and things are working well. And we didn't have to pay for testers. We didn't have to worry about lawyers. We didn't have to worry about paying for lawyers to write up NDAs. We didn't have to worry about paying for lawyers to enforce NDAs. We didn't have to worry about our testers disappearing because this isn't their job. This is a hobby for them. And the problem is when it's their hobby, they just say, again, I'm busy this week, or hey, it's Christmas, I can't test this week, I'm out of town, and so your testers could literally all evaporate overnight one time, and then you're screwed. So I would say that's why some of these small companies don't do enough testing. That would be my thought. How's it going there, Bubby? Yep, Triton floats again after the hotfix floats. Average distance to the moon IRL is 384,000 kilometers away. Yes. They do have a tester. It's beginner, however. They hyperfixated his words, and the Space DLC didn't bother to really test. Yeah, that's part of the problem is, the whole testing thing, like, Star Citizen does it in a reasonable way, but it's an unreasonable game and company. But so like the way Star Citizen does it is, of course, they do a bunch of internal testing. Then they release to what they call Evocati. Evocati is like hand-selected people who have, they check the bug reports. Whoever's given really good, consistent bug reports, like they say, this is my PC specs. At this time, I was at this position in game. This happened. I did this sequence of things to recreate the bug. I did it 3 times. The bug was reproduced each time. Here are screenshots of the bug. This is what's happening. This is how it affects my character. These are things I would suggest to fix it. That is like a good bug report. So what they do is they go into the community's bug reports and they say, ooh, this person's a really good tester. Let's invite them to Evocati. Then they release a build of the game to Evocati. They test it. And then once they are tested, then they release it on the test branch. And now it's open to more players. They do wave 1. So wave 1 of players get to test the game after Evocati has it. And so if you complain, you say, oh, the game's broken, well, you're on the test branch. Go back to the regular branch, which is what I think they should do here, is release it as a test branch. And if you don't want to play the test branch, don't play the test branch. So like if they had released it as a test branch yesterday, there's not much room to complain. Yeah, it's, we said, hey, the test branch of Space DLC is coming out October 12th. If you buy the DLC, you have access to test branch. And like those of us who want to test some things out, we'll go out and we say XYZ is broken. And then they say, okay, thank you to all our testers. We fixed XYZ. Let us know if you're having any other problems. And then in a week, the test branch is looking really good and stable. And they said, hey, thank you to all the testers in the test branch. The game's looking really stable now. We're going to release it to live. And then they release it as a live build. And that is a really good way to cover your ass, because if people complain about how the test game is, you say, hey, man, you opted in on the test. You didn't have to go on the test. You could go back to stable branch. And I think that's what they should adopt here. I think that makes the most sense. They don't have to have NDAs. They could have released the DLC, and then in a week later, when it's really polished, say, hey, thank you everybody for testing, and we'll release it to live. I think that's what they should have done. I was reading some chat here. I'll catch up. Well, yeah, what I'm saying with the year is they didn't, I assume they didn't have all the parts in at a year. So like we don't know which parts exactly were in at a year. We don't know which version of which parts. Like they were probably had some more pressurization stuff in they wanted to get in or had in and were testing and they threw out because they said, that's one reason why a lot of these developers don't announce or show like dev blogs of what they're working on, is because like, let's say there was a really cool space part they had in game, like ion thrusters, and they just couldn't get them to work. People would be bummed out. They're like, oh, this sucks. We didn't get ion thrusters. Now, because it was a closed door that none of us saw into, we couldn't have been like, hey, there was this cool feature they didn't get in game, So I think that's part of why they do some of that. But yeah, beginner by himself is kind of silly. I think what they need to do is they need to just have a test branch and say, like I said, start with test branch. If you want to buy the DLC and go into test branch and play early, be our guest. We just ask you write up some bug reports. And then whenever the game is stable, you say, hey, thank you for all the info. We're going to release the game to stable. And that's the way I think they should do it. Because a small company that doesn't have a lot of cash, doesn't have a lot of resources, that's probably the best way to do it. I think Green Hell did it very good, and as an indie game too, they made it available as beta test. Yeah, they have that on Steam. You can opt into betas. A lot of games do that, especially small teams, and it makes sense. And I think Geometa fighting that is not a good look, because again, so much of stuff is perception, and they could really cover their ass by just, like I said, by calling it a beta test for the Space DLC, and all you say is, hey, those of you who want to test, go ahead and buy the Space DLC, and you now have access to, the beta test branch. And you buy the Space DLC, you go in, you have the beta test version of the game. Day one, everybody's going to say it sucks. It doesn't matter. It's not under NDA. That's fine. Then day two, they said, hey, they fixed a bunch of the things. Yay. And if you don't want to test it, you don't have to. You're still in a stable game. And then, by by a week's end, they'll probably be like, oh, the game's pretty stable. Boom, it's live. It only came out a week later than, probably they wanted to. And now you have a much more stable game. I think that's how they should have done it. Have fun with testing, but please let us know what... I've covered it with my mouse. Have fun with testing, but please let us know what's wrong would be best way. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay. What's wrong with containers? I'm not unsure what you mean about something wrong with containers. All right, so let's look at something here. Okay, electrolysis. I don't know if the person's here who was asking for electrolysis. Let me see who it was. Ben Durant was asking for electrolysis. Yeah, I did it yesterday. I'll quickly, it's really easy. I'll quickly bang it out here. I need to just like make a box and have a box here. I think I had an electrolysis tester. I'll just do that from yesterday. Yeah, right here. So this is the electrolysis that I set up yesterday. So I don't need all this now. I fixed some of the issues. So we were having an issue yesterday where this would not spawn with water if these were not connected. All right, so that was an issue. We'll test it here real quick, see if that's a problem. This is part of the news thing they were doing where, so notice this has no water in it, okay? You're going to run into this problem if you're spawning things. Let's look at how these are set up. Notice these. These are on the same grid, but they're not physically connected. The game is trying to separate these into independent parts. All right, and so that was a problem we had yesterday. So I had better results when I hooked them together with a tail. So what I recommend is, I'll start a new test here for this, for the electrolyzers. But you want to make sure you're keeping those parts connected, because it was not spawning liquids in there. So like here, let's make a quick box. That was kind of an unintelligible gobbledygook that I just said there, but probably made sense to the people who were here yesterday. All right, so make a box, fill it with water. Okay. So go ahead and we'll bump a couple holes in here. We will do a spawner. And I'm just going to put it right here for us here. And we'll grab a couple meters. So we have liquid and gas meters now. I'm just going to make them pink so I can read them from outside. And here's a gas meter. All right, so this is going to be full of fresh water. Fresh water is made out of hydrogen and oxygen. So then we want to take the electrolyzer right here. And if we look at the bottom of this, this has a couple ports. One is oxygen, one is hydrogen. And so we can do, let's just do one. We don't need to make this complicated. So we'll dip it in the water. Is it in the center? It's not, of course. Let's fix that. All right, there, it's in the center. I'm forgetting how to run this game. Let's actually move it up one. Let's cut it, move it up one. So the anode and the cathode are in the water bath, essentially. Looking at the top here, we have hydrogen out and we have oxygen out. Okay. So we'll just plumb these. And we'll grab some tanks. We'll just do large tanks is fine. Put a couple large tanks on there. We'll go ahead and we'll bring them down to 0. You don't have to do this, but I did this. I think this is hydrogen here. That's hydrogen right there. You don't have to do this. It just takes the tanks, an empty tank, but I was doing that anyways just to kind of tell me which side's what. But you don't have to do that. They'll fill the tanks regardless. All right, and then I'm just doing some ports off here so I could independently take air if I want to take oxygen, hydrogen. And so say, for example, you wanted to fuel up your rocket, you could just come down, valve, hose anchors. All right, and theoretically you should be able to fill something with this. I'll move a vehicle over and we'll fill it up. All right, so that's good there. We want a toggle button. All right, toggle button, put it right here. This will go to the electrolyzer there. It needs electricity. That's how electrolysis happens, with electricity. So you plug that in. I'm just doing infinite electricity here. All right, let's spawn it. Eventually I'll find where I am in the game. Here we are. All right, let's look at the liquid meter. As you can see, we have, it's diesel. I didn't switch it over to water. Let's not try to split diesel into hydrogen oxygen. Get a lot of hydrogen carbon out of that. All right, so there's fresh water, 1,200 liters. The oxygen tank here is, you can see, 0 atmospheres. So there's nothing in there really. Nothing in there at all. 0 atmospheres of hydrogen. We're going to go ahead and start it up. You see the liquid is going down. Liquid level is going down pretty fast, actually. And we are building up oxygen only in this one. And we're building up hydrogen in the other one. Okay. And let's go to this workbench really quick. And we have a, where is it? Let's take a hydrogen tank here. Yeah, it would be in the dev's best interest to certainly fix some of these issues and not have such a, you don't get a second opportunity to make a first impression, as the saying goes. And so their first impression today was not great. And so, get a valve here eventually. Their first impression was this is a mess. And, a little bit of testing, a little bit of delaying it a week. See, this is one thing, again, you kind of have to put yourself in their position of understanding that for a lot of companies, it's literally make or break if they don't get it out by the Christmas season. And, I have no idea. It could be a Steam thing where Steam says, hey, we want all games that if you want to be in the winter sale, you need to have your game in by X date. Wouldn't surprise me if you look, every other DLC from this game has come out in October, about the first or the second week of October. And it wouldn't surprise me as well if the devs' thoughts are, we know this is going to be buggy in the beginning. We'll release it as it is. I need to fix this. We'll release it as it is. And then within a month, it will definitely be, working well. And then when the Christmas sale comes around in November, that's when most people, because they have the analytics, they can say, hey, most people buy the DLC during the Christmas sale. Okay, so we'll release it to the people who are really chomping at the bit for it. And then in the Christmas sale, when we make most of our sales, hopefully it'll be in good shape. Is it the right way to do it? Probably not, but that could be their thought process, so who knows? A lot of it's guessing on my part if that's what they're doing, but it wouldn't surprise me. And so these are some things that you kind of have to put yourself in the business's perspective of why they might be doing some of these things, and that wouldn't surprise me if that's why they're doing some of them. Doesn't mean it's right, but that could be why they're doing it is, Steam has a deadline, needs to be in by this date if you want it in the winter sale, or it's, they have some internal deadlines for some of these things. You never know. All right, so I thought that was going to be pressurized. It's not pressurized because we know a pump. So we need a pump on here. That's not the end of the world. I can do that. So let's go. We'll cut these. All right, so start the electrolysis again. I think this is really cool for the fact of I would really love the devs to add a hydrogen furnace. That would be super cool because that would allow us to do electrolysis to power things like submarines. That would be really cool. You know, and there are some really great devs for different games that are really super open about that, and they'll tell you, they'll be like, dude, this has to come out before the winter sale or we're screwed. You know, they'll tell you these things. Or they'll come right out and they'll say, hey man, we know there's a buggy mess. We really need some community feedback, you know, and they'll do that things. And I think that approach is better, in my opinion. Give people a heads up, hey man, this is going to be a buggy mess. You know, there's a lot of things we need tested. We need your help testing. If, you know, don't buy this unless you really want to test. And if you could please help us test, that would be awesome. Being honest and open like that, for me, that goes a long way. And then somebody who has no interest in testing, you know, they would say, screw it, I'm not going to get the game yet. And then however long it takes, a month, 2 months, you know, to be perfect or better or great, you know, then those people have that. Then the other people who are uninterested in testing, you know, have that opportunity to buy it in a better state. So, what is going on here? Why am I not pushing in here? Do I need a purge? I shouldn't have to purge. Let me see. Is it pumping? Let's see what's up with this. Yeah, it's still filling. Can I screw something up here? I might need one of those gas things. The gas things are almost acting like filters. Yeah, those little gas things are almost acting like filters. I want to see if I need those in my loop to make this stuff work. See what the hose anchor says. Make sure it doesn't... yeah, fluid. So they're under fluid category, so... You know, personally, I'm a big fan of that kind of open, honest type of commentary. It really... It forgives a lot in my mind, is them coming to us on a human level and being like, guys, we've been working on this for a year. It needs to come out now in order for the company to remain in business. We know it needs a bunch of work, but we're just not able to test it as much as we'd like because there's only 4 of us. You know, like, for example, none of us know how many people work there. If they were like, hey, dude, there's 4 of us here, we can't do a ton of testing. We'd love it if you guys would help us. Like, something like that, you know, and I'd be happy to go and help and play with it. And, you know, that's the sort of thing that I think that type of honest communication with a community is a really good way to operate. Okay, so we need that valve in there. Let's see, are we filling here? We're not filling if I don't open that valve. There we go. Okay. So I'll read some chat. I have not played Green Hell. I have not. They spawn on the ground and have no destination. Oh, interesting. Did you fill out a bug report for that? Or have you supported a bug report for that? Yeah, I haven't played Green Hill at all, no. I've seen some videos of I think General Sam playing it. I'm just reading chat, guys. Yes, happy birthday, Rasmus. Do you know any ways right now how to filter out CO2 from a compartment or tank? I couldn't find a filter. Use the catalytic converters. I can bring it up from earlier. I did some testing earlier. I'll show you my test rig earlier. If you go back in this video, you know, this is kind of my methodology here is I start getting in here and testing. I'm doing a lot of this testing live that I would be doing not live. And then I'll make tutorials. I see some people jumping the gun on tutorials. That's great if they already did the testing, but I tend to do a lot of testing before I do my tutorials because I don't want people doing the wrong thing. And then they're just gonna they're gonna be confused and it's not gonna work for them. So this here is this isn't overdoing it, but if we look in here, I purposely overdid this to just make it work, and I know this works. There are 4 cats here. What's that? That's 4, 4, 16. It's actually, what's it? 4. Yeah, so 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 60, 6 times 6, 36, 60, 96. 96 cats. So there are 96 cats in here. And as you can see, the CO2, with 1 person in here, we cannot produce enough CO2 to keep any CO2 in this room. I did some testing earlier. 1 person, these are all extrapolated numbers from a 5-minute test, so keep that in mind. The numbers are probably not perfect. 1 person in 5 minutes will make 13.02 liters of CO2. In 1 hour, that would extrapolate out to 1 person would make 156 liters of CO2. If you have 1 catalytic converter, it's scrubbing out 0.05 after 5 minutes, which means that you're going to overproduce more CO2 than it can scrub out. 4 cats is only removing 17.88 per hour. So let's see what that should give us here. So if we have 156 divided by 17 equals, so we would need 9 times 4 times 4. So I'm looking at 36 cats. What did I say was in here? 96. I have 96 in here. 36 cats should break you even for 1 person. Now, there might be better ways to do this. This is just my quick work here, so keep that in mind. But as you can see, we're just precipitously going down on CO2, so this works as a scrubber. This is reasonably space heavy, but it's not too bad. I would say you could probably run a couple people in here with this, no problem. Let's say you could run 2, 3 maybe in here. Let's say 4 at the most, I would say. If you packed all these together really tight and you pipe them up to your main space station, they're not taking up a ton of space, so it's not that bad a space. I don't know, electricity wise, you might be burning up a good bit of electricity, but again, this is also overkill too, so that's your scrubber system there, Mountain View, and that works. So. Just reading some chat. Chat jumped on me again. Yep, yeah, I think Stormworks is definitely, that's one thing it has going for it. It causes a little bit of, inflexibility sometimes. When you have people of different ages and kind of, different play styles in there, it can cause friction. But, I talk about this to, like, some of the purists who want the game to remain as only search and rescue. We've talked about this before, how, like, this is a very complex building game. You may need to spend 10 hours doing your own research to figure out how something works, or you have to watch 10 hours of YouTube to figure out how something works, because it is an engineering game after all. You need to learn a little bit of engineering to make the game work right. And that's a fantastic thing, but a lot of people have no desire to spend that kind of time learning a game. That's why you'll get some people over, they'll play for like 8 hours, they'll say the game sucks, I'm going back to brick rigs. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with brick rigs. I've never touched brick rigs, so I don't know anything about it. But that seems to be a more simple building game. And so you do have that contingent. Now, they could be any age, but I think that often defaults down to younger people. Those of us who are a little bit on the older side, I would say tend to, on average, have a little bit more patience. We don't mind sitting around relaxing a little bit, And so, like, sitting on a boat and just, like, cruising in game for, like, half an hour to go somewhere, I don't get antsy. I'm like, oh, I'm so bored. I sit and I enjoy it. Or I go do some chores around the house. Some people, they want more action all the time, and that's perfectly fine. And so the nice thing with this game is, yes, it attracts people from different ages. And that kind of gets some of the friction going with the game where people like, oh, we don't want this or we want this. It's like, yeah, you want that. Your group wants that, and this group wants this, and this group over here wants this. And my whole position on that is, when that group over there that has nothing to do with me gets what they want, guess what? That helps support my gameplay because that increases the revenue for the game. And so it's like you'll see on Steam or some of the really negative places, you'll see people being like, oh, all these damn kids coming in here and wanting this or that or this. It's like, dude, you know what? That's not what I want either. But guess what? Those quote unquote kids are buying the game and they're keeping the lights on so that the type of gameplay you like is still there. Because if not, they would have to close up shop and the game would not progress. And sometimes you get a really boring old man's update for me, and those quote-unquote kids hate it because, oh, it's so boring. Well, guess what? That supports their type of gameplay too because it keeps the lights on. And so, like, if you just made this game a super complicated engineering and building game that only had search and rescue, there would not be enough people to keep a company alive. But if you can take those people and you can add them to people who are interested in space, which let's say in a couple weeks, let's say in a month, when everybody forgets about this rocky launch, everybody says, oh, this is the end. Like, the people saying the sky was falling and Chicken Littling yesterday was insane. In a month, likely the game is going to be in a good, stable place, and those people are still going to grouch because that's who they are. And other people who are pissed off the day of, but now all their builds are working again, and guess what? They have new cool things they can do, like build a Segway or fire a rocket or build a submarine with pressurized gases and stuff. They're going to be enjoying the game, and the game is going to get new revenue from new players, and guess what? That helps all of us. And so it's kind of like that whole back and forth, it's like, I don't get it. Tangent done. I don't even know which comment set that off on me. Yeah, this one's good here. Yep, so it was Rasmus' comment. This shows Stormworks is fun for people of all ages. Absolutely. Listen, I hear a lot of people crap talking Komodo, OB, Spy Cakes. They tend to do, I would say, content for a younger audience. They do shorter form videos where they sink a ship from the workshop and they tackle with the Kraken. I have zero interest in watching any of that. And that's fine. It's not made for me. It's like Days of Our Lives. Days of Our Lives is not made for me. It's made for, what dare I say? It's generally made for an audience of women who are home during the middle of the day. And at this point, probably an older audience. It's not made for me. And so I could sit here and I could complain how boring in Days of Our Lives is, and why do I care about any of these people? Guess what? It's not made for me. It's like me putting on a tight dress and being like, this is uncomfortable. Yeah, it's not made for me. And so that content there, that brings in revenue to the game. How many of those viewers of those people who get millions of views have supported the game that those of us who have no interest in that type of gameplay? I've never once turned on the Kraken. I have no interest in interacting with the Kraken. I've never turned on. I don't care about the Kraken. I will never make a video about the frickin' Kraken. I've never turned on the disasters. I have no interest in it. But the people who do enjoy those things and bought the game, they support this type of gameplay that I enjoy. So, that's kind of the nice thing is the game could not survive if it was super, super niche. They have to expand it. And that's like the people saying, oh, space doesn't make any sense. Space makes perfect sense. This is not a search and rescue game. This is a building game. This is the best building game, right? The reason why I will never go back to any of my other building games, like Kerbal, I maybe could go back to, but like I've thought about going back to Kerbal Space Program 1 to play it in addition. And the whole thing, I'm like, oh crap, I won't be able to create the cockpits just how I want them. And I won't be able to make the airplanes fly exactly how I want them. And I won't be able to make them look exactly how I want. And I'm like, oh. And I made some cool stuff in Kerbal, but it's like that bums me out. And so it keeps me here. And so now if I can make, like, I miss the orbital mechanics of Kerbal, but I can build whatever I want in this game, and that's awesome. And so this is a building game. That is the #1 best feature of this game is the building system. And so that is what the game is. The game is the building system. And search and rescue is a theme for this. Natural disasters is a theme. Oil is a theme. Industrial Frontier is a theme. Weapons DLC is a theme. The game is building. The one tie that's all in there is building. And some people don't even build. They just take things off the workshop, but that was because other people built them. So it's that's what the game is. And so space makes perfect sense. It's a building game, and they've given us another place to go to with our builds and to test our builds and enjoy using our builds. You know, so that's kind of my whole thought on that. You know, and so it's like when people will bad talk the other parts of the community, it's like those other parts of the community are keeping the game alive for you. And I'm keeping the game alive for them. And acting like a coherent community, I think, is a better way to go about it than, you know. And that's one good thing about my community is, you know, rarely are anybody just rude, and they quickly get dealt with. So people saying, Stormworks is dead and never coming back because of the buoyancy bug. Yeah, exactly. Yep. What did I say yesterday? Like, did I look like I was upset from Triton not working? No. Couldn't care less. Why? I had confidence it's going to come back. And, dude, it surprised the hell out of me. I woke up this morning and I looked, and people said it was fixed. I thought it would take a couple days. You know, but they fixed it. It was one number error. Should they have had it fixed day one? Yeah. But that's not the real world. That's a fantasy world where every game comes out perfect day one. That's never going to happen. You know, and it's just not going to happen. You know, and so we have to live in the world we live in where games come out day one, they're broken, they get fixed, and then things are better. And then when, you know, everybody thought the sky was falling on October 12th, 2023, my prediction would be on November 12th, 2023, people are going to be just playing the game back like normal. No problem. Yeah, they're very dramatic about the buoyancy yesterday. Dude, that was like a bunch of people were also like, they were jumping right on. They're like, oh, I'm going to go fix my build now with what the stupid devs did. And it's like, dude, do not touch your build. Your build works. You spent hundreds of hours on that build. Do not touch your build to try to make it work for what was, like, how long did patch 1.9 live? Less than 24 hours. You know, it's like, if I told you, hey, tomorrow we're going to have a patch going out, and it's only going to last for a day, and it's going to break a bunch of stuff, and then the next day we're going to come out with a patch to fix it all. Would any of you go change all your builds so that one day patch it would work? No. You know, you wouldn't. You just wait the day. And that's kind of my whole thought process. Wait until things are back to normal. Some of these things, like, for example, the CO2 scrubbers, I think could be a little bit buffed unless there's a better way to do it. You know, so you have to keep that in mind. They're very well, like, it was like with cooling with modular engines. Cooling was excessive, and then they made it a little bit better, and I think it's perfectly fine now. A lot of it took some of us who like to do testing to go through some testing, and we figured out that, hey, if you have bad flow rates or you don't have if you have any air in there, then you're not getting any cooling. And so once people started learning that, they realized, okay, I need to make sure I have stable flow rates. Once I have stable flow rates, I get cooling. I had no cooling before, so it wasn't hard to cool the modular engine. I just can't run at 60 RPS, and I can't have essentially no flow rate. I keep reading through his chat. Yep, people definitely like to overreact to things. I tried to stay off Steam and Reddit as much as possible yesterday. Steam and Reddit tend to be the negative places. Yeah, that's Shadow Club has a good point. He goes, honestly, that kind of overreaction makes me a little jealous that their lives are so easy that a buggy game release is something to be so angry about. Exactly. Like, I'll tell you the saga that I'm going through right now is my window controller in my car broke. And so I was pretty sure it was the master controller switch. And I went to the dealer, and they wanted to do a diagnostic on it. And then they wanted to then have me order the parts through Parts, which was going to be 5 days, and then come back to have it installed. So it would take like a week, you know, over a week, and I'd have to go to the dealer like 3 friggin' times, or twice at least. And so I bought it on my own, and so it would have probably been like $500 to get it done at the dealer. And I bought it on my own, so it was like 230 bucks for the controller. And I got it and plugged it in today, and it doesn't work. It didn't fix it. And so now I have to go through that whole runaround there. And so it's like, that is, it's like, so I'm letting a $10 DLC get me down. It's like, the window thing is annoying, but it's not that annoying. It's like, chill out, man. So it's like people getting so upset over that. It's like, go play another game. I played some Tarkov yesterday. Had a good fun playing Tarkov with a friend. I wasn't going to go do a career build series because Triton wasn't working. And then guess what? Today it's working. Yeah, there probably are better ways to scrub out CO2. That was just my first attempt, so I bet there are. Gas filter. Let me see, what do you mean by gas filter? Let me see. Are you talking about this, the gas relief valve? Because we don't have a filter anymore. Yeah, there's no regular filter anymore. One thing is the air filter. This is interesting to me. I have an idea. Let's try something. Let's try something. Yeah, see, I just haven't really tackled this yet either. So let's try. Put a fluid port in the top. And then the gas relief valve's been helping with some things. So I'm going to stick that on there anyway. Gas relief valve. All right, then what I want to do is let's try something. This won't work in space, of course, but I'm going to try it anyway here for now, at least. So, okay, so see, this is the problem. This is fluid air. This is going to let air out. So I'd say exhaust, the reason I'm using this is exhaust is CO2. It seems like they've made that pretty clear that exhaust is CO2. So one thing I'm curious is, let's take an exhaust. See, this says fluid. So do we have a part that is just exhaust? See, not really, I don't think. See, like, I don't think this will work either. Let's try a couple things. I doubt this is going to work. So, like, I don't think this is going to work, but here, let's do this. Take a toggle here. So we're going to play with this just a little bit. Try to figure out if there's a better scrubber. But we know the scrubber works. I like to try to figure out a day one thing and then refine it after that. All right, so let's check our values here. So carbon dioxide and everything is going out of that. So because that reads fluid, everything is going to go out. All right, so this is not going to work either, I don't think. So this one here, the air filter, it moves air and not oxygen. So it might leave exhaust behind. I doubt it. So, yep, see, it's all air. So all constituent elements are going out, it appears. I'm standing in here. That's why the CO2 bumps back up. But it's taking everything out. So that wouldn't work. And then, did I do the exhaust piece? See, this deletes air. So these are air. So you kind of have to go through what they have on them. Because it's air and fluid. So these will pull air. They'll pull, see, those are all air. And then, the only thing I have exhaust here is this one here. Even though this is fluid exhaust, it says it spits out fluid. So that's not going to work. This one spits out exhaust, but it doesn't have the correct connection, so I can't connect to that. So that's not going to work. Can I run it backwards? Interesting. Let's try this. Let's take an exhaust manifold. Let's do this. You essentially have to use the logic of the game is exhaust to CO2. I need to pump exhaust. I need to pump CO2 out and through. I doubt I can run this backwards. I may be able to, but I need the porting to be correct. So let's play with that. So that is pushing out everything. Yep. So you see, it's oxygen is going down. Oh, let's see. Let me get out of here because I'm producing CO2 the whole time that I'm sitting in there. So I don't think it's gonna work. So see, CO2 is not going down. So it's going to take a little bit of air because it needs to fill the pipes. But you know, it's not pulling any carbon dioxide. I can't push it backwards through that air manifold. So like, see, no air is passing through. So pushing this is singular directional. So like that, you can see it's pumping. It pumping. But see, what that would do is it would push air up to here, theoretically, and would only allow exhaust to come out, and then the exhaust would come here. Let's try putting an air port on there. Try putting a ram on here just really quick. Let's try this. I doubt it's going to work, but we'll see. Because the exhaust port itself does not say exhaust, it says fluid. So that, you can see, let's make sure, let's get out of there. I think it's pushing everything out now. Let's see if that carbon dioxide goes down. I doubt it. Yeah. The only thing I can think of that cleans is the CO2 scrubber, is the catalytic converter, because the catalytic converter is actively, it's actively what it's doing is it's taking the exhaust out of the air. That's what its job is. So. I'll have to make sure I send a notification right to Aaron. Do you have notifications turned on Discord? Because I usually pretty much always put it in Discord. Yeah, I pretty much always put a live stream on Discord. Just double check your things in there. I could probably set the bot up to send you a message if you want. Thanks, but what about nitrogen oxygen? Is there a way to filter it into a tank from the air? Nitrogen or oxygen? Oh, from the air? Well, the air is nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. If we can get carbon dioxide out, you can take air and scrub the CO2. So let's see. So like you're trying to get just nitrogen and oxygen? So like, what are you trying to do? You're trying to pull oxygen out of the air? Is that what you're trying to do, Mountain View? Why do you need Why do you need nitrogen is the question, I'd say. So here, we should be able to set this up here so that we can run here. Do a quick, we should be able to pull, you can still run nitrogen through your rocket. It's not going to be as efficient, but because you're going to be, your tank's mostly going to be nitrogen, but, so like here, if I can get this sucker, where are we at here? Get all this, get as much CO2 out of there as I can get out of there. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the Lonnie for the gas filter. What about nitrogen oxygen? A way to filter it into a tank from air? No, I'm glad you're here there, Aaron. Sorry that didn't send you a message. Yeah, they took the filter out. I expected them to take the filter out. That was something, if you kind of read between the lines, when they did desal, and they started doing a bunch of stuff, they started changing the way the filter works. They, and they started doing oil. They didn't want magic filters that just magically filter this. They wanted you to have to do some sort of process to get these things out. And so I think that's why they moved some of that. All right, so there. So I'm just going to do the test now. We're down to a low bit of carbon dioxide. I'm just going to quickly go in here, turn this on, and get out. Try not to fly through the bottom of the world here. All right, so that is now... I put a little bit of carbon dioxide in there, but not a ton. There'll be some trace carbon dioxide in here, but notice it's mostly nitrogen and oxygen. So this is pulling nitrogen oxygen. This is actually not pulling any CO2. Interesting. It pulled a little bit. It pulled 0.2 CO2, but notice this is not pulling a lot of CO2. Interesting. So this is not pulling CO2 out of the room, so we'd still need to scrub it. I've got an idea. Notice that's pulling CO2 very, 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 very slowly. Yeah, see, it's pulling the CO2, but where's it going? Oh, I have it scrubbing. It's scrubbing in there too. I should have here. Okay, it's scrubbing CO2. That probably is why we're having problems here. Interesting. Look at that. The CO2, we're getting CO2 in there, but very, very slowly. So we're getting like trace amounts of CO2 in here. Interesting. Let's play with something here. Yeah, let's see if we can refine the scrubber. Let's play with this now. I'm interested in the fact that this is very, very slowly pulling barely any CO2. So what the test I'm doing here is, so see this is pulling carbon dioxide faster out of there? That's interesting. Yeah, this looks like it's pulling CO2 faster out of that room than it was last time. So the test here would be, this would be trying to sequester it, and what we do is we'd pull this through a cleaning loop. Let's try something here. Trying to figure out the most efficient filtering system we can do here. Yeah, it's kind of making this a microcosm where this is kind of the, the tank is kind of representing the entire room. I get the sucker as compact as possible. I do like the look of how some of the stuff looks. Looks pretty good. Look at that. No CO2. So we're pulling no CO2 into this tank here. So that's the nitrogen-oxygen pull, which is exactly what the other test is. We're running 6 cats. There's 0.01. Got our first CO2 in there. So this is cleaning out most of the CO2 out of there. That's 6. Again, the problem being is how, this is working essentially like the other scrubbers I had. But we're pulling a very small amount of carbon dioxide. It's pretty small. So like this tank would be what's recirculating back into the room. So. So let's see how much CO2's in the room right now. Yeah, so like this is like notice the value is not going down. It's going down very very slowly. So like yeah, like those catalytic converter scrubbers seem to be working best for me at least. Yeah, I'll see you there, Daniel. Thanks for hanging out. Try to catch up on some chat here. Yeah, like Timothy's talking about here, he goes, as a mod developer for a different game, I deal with code and things breaking every time I update. The fact people think it's simple to do this for making a game baffles me. You know, I talked about this in my video that came out today. It was the hot fixes, what a difference a day makes, and it was, you know, like I'm certainly no game developer, but as most of us do who build things for the game, you know, we make a lot of silly mistakes where, you know, we think our build is in perfect shape and it's good, and we bring it out there and it fails miserably, and we're like, oh my god, I forgot to do this, and 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 I screwed this up, and I didn't hook this up, and I didn't do this, and I didn't do this. And we might spend an hour, like I've literally spent an hour before because I forgot one connection in the microcontroller. And now imagine that as a programmer. You know, you think everything's running well, and then, you know, boom, you realize, oh crap, you know, and it comes out, and then a bunch of people test it in ways you hadn't even thought of, and it doesn't work. And, you know, that's kind of the thing that, you know, it's in a perfect world, yeah, of course everything would just come out beautiful, but that's not reality. And we have to kind of work within reality. And I talked about yesterday how, like, back when most games were cartridges, you know, the game was done. You know, there were no updates. And so if something was broken, it stayed broken. And so what did the developers do is nobody really innovated all that much because they couldn't. You couldn't do something that was really innovative because it had to just work. And so you got a lot of games that were pretty similar, that were very shallow. And, you know, this is the golden age for games where you have indie studios making games for very niche communities that are really awesome. And we need to accept the downside of that is that, guess what? They're small teams that just, you know, don't have enough time, and that they're going to break things. And like I said, imagine what this game's going to be like in 6 months. We're going to not be able to imagine, how do we ever play without these cool pressurization parts and mechanics? And people are going to be using submarines and say, oh, you remember how bad submarines used to suck before the pressurization update? And people are going to go to space, and new players who are going to pay new money into the game that's going to keep the game alive are going to, you know, be playing it, space stuff, who really like space. And so I think in 6 months it's going to be a good thing, you know. Doing good today there, Timothy. How are you? Yeah, like I've done a very small amount of code stuff, and it's just like, you know, like banging your head against the wall. It's like doing some Lewis stuff, and it's just not working right. And you're like, oh my god, it was this one comma or one character, one thing, or I'm tired and I just didn't see it. You know, and it's like, you know, now imagine, you know, you have 200 people breathing down your neck, calling you all sorts of names. Does that make you work better, or does that make you work worse? And it's part of my whole thing is like, why it pisses me off so much that people being rude to the devs is it's not productive. It doesn't help them. You know, review bombing the game, if you think that is a good strategy to get the game to be better, I think you're sadly mistaken. You know, review bombing a game does not help, you know. Like, you know, yeah, review bombing's silly. Like, if you like the content, say you like it. If you don't like the content, say you don't like it. But, like, trying to go glom on and get a bunch of people to review bomb something is silly to me. Like, they were all doing that on Reddit yesterday. It's like, and a day later, guess what? You know, half their posts that showed ships stuck in the water, one, they're going to take credit for it. They're like, oh, it was me with my drivel that got the devs to fix it. No, it wasn't. You know, the bug report came in. They saw, oh, crap, we broke this. We fixed it. It was a gravity error. You know, the gravity was set too high, and it was causing ships to be sucked by gravity into the water, and therefore nothing was floating right because we overdid gravity with a, you know, we probably screwed up a number here and forgot to fix it, you know, and now all those people who are like doing all these protests of my ships don't sink, go check the Steam reviews for the DLC. You're gonna see all these people who look, I don't know if say foolish, but like their reviews look silly now. Is like devs broke the game, the ships don't even sink, and in 24 hours they're all fixed. You know. So you have somebody who's interested in the game, who's excited about it, and they're like, "Oh, I want the game. It's a mess." Well, it's not a mess anymore. You know, there are still problems with it, but they fixed the main issues in a day. Now imagine what they're going to do in the next 7 days and in a month, you know? And it's just like the people are just losing their minds. It's like, go away, man. Go touch some grass. Go see a therapist. So if you mix oxygen and hydrogen, there's no way to separate it. Oxygen and hydrogen, no way to separate. I'm curious if you can use the electrolyzer, if you can somehow put it in the. I wonder what happens when you mix hydrogen. Let's do a test. We'll do a test on that. CO2 has gone down a little bit, so essentially this is just acting like a scrubber. My big scrubber system, I haven't found anything yet that works better than that. You know, we might get some benefit putting these gas relief valves. I don't think so because running them raw dog like this, is allowing me to get really high CO2 extraction numbers. Like watch this. All right, so watch my CO2. CO2 is at 11.55. We're at like 13 when we started with that one system. Watch this. See that sucker drop like a maniac? I still think that's the best system. You know, that's one pump pushing through 4 cats. You could probably do even more cats. I overdid the pumps just because I didn't want to have to deal with the pump is overloaded. So I did the same test and I just kept duplicating them until it got really good values. I think with 36 pumps or 36 cats, you should be good. You should be able to remove more carbon dioxide than you're producing as a person. So, you know, this room here, this system here should be able to account for 3 people. You know. And that's 3 people constantly sitting in there breathing out carbon dioxide the entire time. You know. You know, so this system works well to eliminate the carbon dioxide. It's pretty simple. Try to catch back up with this. I saw something for 20,000 feet. I'm trying to see. Why does, when I start to get to 20,000 feet, my gyroscope stop working? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea there, Matthew. I haven't seen that. I took a plane up to 40,000 feet with the stock gyro. I had no issue. Yeah, I did that yesterday. Yeah, so your example is putting hydrogen and oxygen together and trying to separate them. That'd be a neat test. Let's try that. Yeah, game testing is certainly not for everybody, you know, and that's one of the reasons why I think the devs would benefit from having that test branch say, hey, if you guys want to buy the DLC today, a week early, you can, and you can join the test branch for the new update, and then like people will share pictures of how like messed up it is, and guess what? In a day it gets fixed, and they're like, oh yeah, that got fixed. And they're like, dude, what do you expect? It's test branch. You know, hey, dude, what do you expect? It's test branch. We're testing the game. You know, of course things are broken. We're testing the game. And it changes, you know, so much of life is just perception. And that helps, I think, with the perception is, you know, they're just, it's just being tests, you know. All right, let's go. The cat is up on my shoulders, like licking my headset because he wants me to feed him. Dude, relax. Buds, buds. Buds, please. He's like, Dad, feed me some more. Bud, you gotta give me a break here. Get you in a little bit. All right, so here are some tanks. We'll go. This one will be oxygen. This one will be hydrogen. All right. Is that 3? Am I a god? I am. So I'm trying to first. I knew I was gonna miss it by 1. I knew. So I want to do a test. I don't think we can dissolve it back into liquid, can we? Ah. See, if I was a developer of this, I would hide a bunch of stuff in the game for people who like to test this stuff to find. Because I just had a thought. What if the condenser will allow me to condense this back into water? That would be interesting. The other thing too is, you know what would be a good component from the ad is a hydrogen burner, and you'd be able to, when you burn hydrogen, the out product is water because it rebonds them. So that would be a cool way to turn hydrogen oxygen back into water. All right, so this is gonna pump these in equal distribution out and put them in this, and then we want to try to see. The problem is with the hydrolyzer, the electrolyzer. It doesn't have any ports for, it needs fluid, so it's essentially just making it. It's making it out of thin air. It doesn't work, it's magic, but it's oxygen out, hydrogen out. So I doubt we can do anything with that. Yeah, I doubt there's gonna be one thing I can test. I can't test it the way I have it. I'm curious about something here. Let's do this too. Let's grab this. Now put 2 here. I want to just read some values here. So we'll make this one. What are you? Hydrogen? And your oxygen? Okay, hydrogen and oxygen. Let's spawn this up. I didn't put any sort of pumping system. I just want to see if I get an equal distribution in this tank. That's one of the things I want to test. Because this will tell me densities. If we have differing densities, that could theoretically be a way we can screw with things. But, a lot of this I think is unintended. I want a very realistic game. I would love a lot of realism. A lot of people would absolutely hate it because it would, it makes it so, one, you have to know how everything works in real life or you can't play. And two, you can't do any wonky weird stuff you may want to do. And so, they have to take realism and simplify it. So a lot of the stuff you can tell is kind of simplified. So let's see. A tank of hydrogen is at 101 atmospheres, a tank of oxygen. So they did not do differential pressures between these. Let's see. Tank pressure is 101. Tank pressure 101. Those are equal. Yeah, those are all equal. So yeah. Okay. There's oxygen, hydrogen. Okay, these blended up perfectly, and then these blended up perfectly. So they're blending, they're going 1-1. So it's doing a 1-to-1 distribution every time. I think you're going to have to just vent them. I would love it if they made it so that we actually, we could capture things and do some chemistry, but it makes sense that we can't. Let's see. So, steam is its own thing now. Water comes out. I'm interested if steam is running as water. I don't think it is. I think steam is its own thing. So what we really need is air to go in and water to come out, which is essentially what this is doing if this runs right. So if this, like a condenser should work, we should be able to condense this back in and have the hydrogen oxygen rebond, but the likelihood that that's how this works is probably unlikely. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a pumperoni and we'll just port into this like so. Cat's going nuts. He's like, I want to eat. I want to eat, Dad. Just spread more there. Okay. So this would be really super cool. If we could take hydrogen, oxygen, and recondense it into water, that would be boss. That would be really neat. That would be, so, again, a lot of this is just like making cool systems. I love doing just like cool system stuff. All right, let's see. We have, this is full of air, which is whatever. Let's try to, we need to blow this out. So let's do, we'll just put a gas valve on that really quick. Why am I symmetried still? Put a blowout on this. I do like this new little gas valve too. Yeah, that should be ambient at this point. Yep, all right. So yeah, I think Steam, because it's called Steam, I think it's its own thing. Can we run hydrogen and oxygen through a boiler and heat it up and turn it into steam and convert it? That's a question. You know, this is, again, this is kind of a long drawn out thing. Is one, you wouldn't really want to reconvert them. Two, all you'd have to do is burn them to get them back IRL. Let's see. Yeah, they're pretty much the way you're gonna make oxygen, I think, is the electrolyzer. Is they're not letting us do really like higher level stuff here, which is understandable. Like, see, this is not moving, so that's like each of these things has like a magic valve in there that says, "Nope, I'm only taking steam today." That's what that node is doing essentially, is saying, "Nope, only taking steam, taking nothing else." So it's just not going to take other stuff, I would say. The old dihydrogen monoxide. One drop can kill you, yep. Many drops in your lungs make you drown. Low pressure, low. So, it's just, well, actually, somebody did a test. I think Daniel did a test. He said 29 units of CO2 and you started to suffocate. Yep, people who badmouth the devs have no clue how difficult the coding is, you know. I also like when sometimes when I see some of these comments on Steam, I will look up their profiles, and some of them are like have 20 hours in the game. And so I think some of it is I'll make some speculation here, is they watched their favorite YouTuber who likes to do X, Y, or Z content that is not actually what the game is about. And then they went and tried to do that, and because that YouTuber like does 3 days of prep and makes a mission, and like it's not emergent gameplay, they made all that content happen because they were trying to do a story, which is fine. And then this person comes in because they have a false understanding of what the game actually is. And on day one, unlike, say, Brick Rigs, where you can make a car and just make it work, you have to actually sit down and watch a couple hours of YouTube, and then you have to, you know, spend the rest of the day actually building your car, and at the end of it, you have this ugly little car chassis, and it doesn't look very good, and it doesn't function very good, and you're confused, and you don't know how to do this, and life sucks, and I want my mommy, and I hate this. And so that's the experience for a lot of people. And I know that sucks, but it's not the game's fault. It's you bought a game that you didn't like. Like, for example, Starfield. I bought Starfield twice. I refunded it twice before I hit 2 hours. Because guess what? It is not the game for me. And a lot of people are loving Starfield, best thing ever. They're having such a good time. I did not like Starfield at all. It's not my type of game. And it's nothing wrong with Starfield, because guess what? It wasn't made for me. It's like the Days of Our Lives thing I was telling you about. It's like, Days of Our Lives is not made for me. It doesn't fit me. It's not supposed to fit for me. It's not made for me. And this game is not for everybody. You know, and those people, and guess what? At the end of the day, the mature thing to do is say, hey, you know what? This game is not for me, and move on. because, you know, ranting and raving and hanging around and crying and complaining and doing this, that will show them. It won't. It's just, you just make yourself look to be a jerk the whole time. It's like, relax. You know, and there are people doing a lot of constructive criticism. I'm not talking about them. But, you know, the people who are, like, just ranting and, like, you know, that stuff, it's not helpful. And name calling, nope. You know, I almost had to boot somebody yesterday for name calling. You know, I had to give them a warning for that. You know, and it's, you know, they were calling other members of the community names. And it's like, nope, not happening. Not here, dude. You know. So it's, let me see. One cat will support 2 1-bit creatures. I'll see you later, Timothy. Cat ate the headset, yeah. He's just, he went crazy for a little bit. Now he's just sitting there on the floor looking at me. He's like, Dad, feed me. T-44. Ever since the new update, I have to rebuild my old submarine. What do you mean? That, that you need to rebuild it for current mechanics, or you want to do ballast tanks now? Because ballast tanks are really cool. We tested those out yesterday. And life support would be cool. Is the drama over? The drama's been over for me. The drama never started. A lot of people have, I don't know, I've stayed off Reddit and Steam, but, you know, you know, there are still people, the sky is falling, chicken littling. You know, I'm a patient person. I know a lot of people aren't, but, you know, if you watch the video today, there, Owl, the video I put out earlier, you know, it talks about how it shows the difference between yesterday and today, and in how in less than 24 hours they fixed the main bugs that were on the bug tracker that people put in there, and the game is now in a much better state. And it was a simple error they made with gravity calculations. And so it was a simple, goofy error, and they had a couple errors, and those made some really big changes, made the game unplayable, and oh my god, Stormworks is dead, oh my god, the sky is falling, Chicken Little. And my whole thing that I was kind of talking about yesterday is, you know, go take a break, go do something else, wait around for a week, check back in. Like, you know, Star Citizen still gets my hackles up. That's the one game that really annoys me. And I played it for a couple weeks, and like I was telling the story earlier, you know, the ship I paid $200 for in 2018 that they said was coming out right now, that is done, it didn't come out till 5 years after that. So they sold me a product, they lied to me, for $200 or whatever that is, you know, 4 times what I've spent on this entire game just for a ship. And it didn't come out for 5 years after they said it was going to come out. And then it came out, and guess what? None of the mechanics work. You try to undock the ship, which you need to do to go do cargo, can't undock. It won't let you. It's bugged. You know, and so that is kind of, you know, and that is 5 years later, you know, and 24 hours later, the big issues we had in this game were fixed. And, you know, I talked about it yesterday, like people getting all sorts of crazy was, you know, they released on a Thursday. Friday, they're spending all day hot fixing. You know, who knows? They might be coming on the weekend. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, a lot of, especially in software development, seems like when they have a fire to put out, they stay at work until it's done, and then they get like 2 weeks off or something, you know? So, like, theoretically, they might not go, they might stay around crushing bugs this weekend. They might work all next week, and then by next Friday, they have an announcement that says, guys, we know it was a rocky start, but we got most of the bugs fixed within 24 hours, and, you know, a lot of the other bugs are squashed in this last week. You know, this is announcement week. You know, the DLC had a rough start, but now things are going well, and if you have any issues, go to the bug tracker. You know, that would be what I think is going to happen. Oh, nice. Yeah, the DLC fix was quite fast. It was faster than I thought it was going to be. Yep. You know, and that's the thing. It's like, dude, you know, and a couple people were like, oh, it's never been this bad. Oh, it's like, dude, been around, you know, I've been around for a little while. I've been around here since the beginning. But there have been plenty of times that people have said the game is dead. I use Cyberpunk as a thing. When Cyberpunk had that really rough start, it took like 6 months before the game was playable. And did it kill the company? Did it kill the game? Nope. You know, a new DLC came out for Cyberpunk that people were ranting and raving and was so good, and this is what the game it was meant to be, and it's perfect now, and the game is awesome, and people were loving Cyberpunk after 6 months. Battlefield 4 took 1 year to fix. It came out, it was a dumpster fire. And it took a year to fix Battlefield 4, and it was, I would say it's the best Battlefield that's ever come out. You know, yeah, and sometimes, it just takes some time and things can get better. And, so I think a lot of people are just like, they were being unhinged yesterday. And, those, you're never going to reason with those people. So I don't bother. But it's like, some people thought I'd be upset about Triton yesterday. Nope, didn't care. Why didn't I care? Why didn't I go through and stress out and put a vent on every tank in Triton? And why didn't I try to remove weight blocks? And why didn't I do this? Because guess what? I knew they were going to fix it. Why were they going to fix it? Because of course they're going to fix it. This is how they make their money, is with their game. Why are they going to leave their product in a shitty state? No, they're going to fix it. And that's what they did in it. And I woke up this morning and guess what? Triton was fixed. And I didn't stress about it. I went, I did last night after I got off the stream, played Tarkov. Played Tarkov, woke up this morning, game's fixed. You can't choose what the devs do. You can't really influence too much what the devs do, but you can choose how to react to it. I did like Battlefield 3 more because my favorite map was Escape from Karkand, or whatever the hell it is. And then Caspian Border. Oh, I'll miss this. The Grand Segway. So again, this is one of my new favorite parts. Is made a Segway here in all of, like, what did it take me, guys? 5 minutes to build this frickin' thing. We have a Segway now with the reaction wheels. As you can see, it literally took me like 5 minutes to build. So there's going to be a ton of cool stuff. There's going to be mechs. People are going to make mechs using these reaction wheels on the ground. This is another thing. Like, people will try to make these Stormworks developers out to be scummy. Listen, they do a bunch of silly stuff. They do a terrible PR. They absolutely do. But scummy is not how I would describe them. Like, they could have locked every one of these space parts behind the DLC and made us all pay for them. If you want to use these space parts on the land, pay for them. They could have done that, and that's well within their rights. They worked on this. It cost them money. It cost them time. There's nothing wrong with them asking for money for their work. I very much believe in that. You should pay people for their work. But they don't do that. They give these parts free to everybody, and the only thing they put in as a barrier was, I think they're using gravity as a way to make it so that if you don't have the DLC, you can't get up there. And so that's how they're making it so you can't get up there. And so we all get these parts. You're going to see a bunch of people who didn't even have to buy this. So the whole community benefited from the Space DLC parts, whether they bought it or not. So it's like stuff like this. You're going to see a bunch of cool mechs. You're going to see people like one of the things I'm looking forward to do more than like go to space is I want to build an air brake system for my trucks. It's going to be simple. It's going to be a pump. It's going to be tanks. And once the tanks are up to a certain, I don't think we can read atmospheres on them. I think we can read fluid levels on them, though. It's going to pump up the tanks. And the tanks are going to, once you're at a certain, if you're below a certain pressure, the spring brakes come on. So, I'm going to actually be able to have a realistic, really operating pressurization system. And guess what? I'm going to do a dump valve on there. So every time you tap the brakes, every time you supply air to the brake system, you're going to lose a little bit of air and you have to pump it back up. And if you get too low of a pressure, your brakes are going to come on. And so like stuff like that's super cool to me. And these are all, really cool things. And it's adding a lot of stuff that's in here. Like submarines, guess what? You don't get to just go on a submarine anymore. You have to put in a life support system. That's awesome. I'm going to have to take a break here. I liked Battlefield 1942. It's just been so many years now, and it's kind of like, it was really cool. I liked the B-17s. I liked all that stuff. The new Battlefield's terrible. The new Battlefield's terrible. Yeah. I played the open beta for it. I was like, ugh. It's crap, man. It's hard for me to play any shooters after Tarkov now. Like, I'm so used to Tarkov. So this remote tug's working really well. I don't know if you guys saw some of the pictures. This is what the remote tug looks like now. It's hooked up. Let me spawn this out there. We'll spawn out in this broken game. I was right, man. I said the game's broken. But yeah, it's like I get why some people were like some people had reasonable takes, I guess, where they were talking about, you know, they reviewed the Steam deal, they reviewed the Space DLC and down thumbed it yesterday. And some of the people I think was reasonable. They said this is unacceptable. They release it in the state on day one. Sure, I get it. That's fine. I have no argument with that. The issue being was that you know, it's like, first of all, I don't think day one. It's like, give it, you know, my whole thing with most games, give it a week, see what it looks like in a week. You know, okay, give it another week, see what it looks like in another week. Give it a month, see what it looks like in a month. And like we talk about, like Battlefield 4, it took a year to get out. That's excessive, of course. You know, that was a full price AAA game. Full price AAA game that was almost unplayable for a year. And then you have, what is this? A $10 DLC that was mostly fixed in less than 24 hours. And so, frankly, I think a lot of the sky is falling people looked foolish after that, because it's like, because now you're going to get people who couldn't play, you know, who are working during the week and jump on tomorrow on Saturday, and they say, what are all these people talking about? My ship's fine, you know, and they're going to be like, what are all these guys on about? You know, because, you know, it got fixed in a day. If it was a month like that, you'd say, oh, yeah, I see what these people are saying. So those people are all going to, you know, they're just going to look like they're out of touch, because it's like, you know, people aren't going to be experiencing those problems. But here's the tugboat. Am I steering? I think I am. Yeah. It's hard to tell the perception. So this thing, somebody was like, oh, you would, you know, why don't you put bow thrusters on Triton? It's like, Triton, this is not to pull Triton. This is to pull the little rescue missions. Also, if you don't have to read the updates every week. All you have to do is listen to Captain's video of Captain reading the update every week. But if you listen to my video of me reading the update yesterday, they increased the reward for tow missions, because that was a complaint I had, was tow missions were only like $2,000. And they literally could be hours of work to go do 2,000. And that's one of the reasons I built this. So this is cool. This will actually make us some good money now. So this sucker here will go out. I tried pulling it with Triton. It does not like pulling Triton at all. So like, and I'll go in first person here. So I need to fix the camera zooms, and I need to do a couple things. So what I'm doing is doing local panels, like turning my toggles into pushes on the build itself. And then this is a little bit of a pain. So what I think I'm going to do is, so like, see, I'm looking at this like that. And so what I'm going to do is all those monitors are going to invert. So what will happen is this monitor here will be the back camera. And then this one will go over here. And this one will go over here when we're going backwards. So we can just watch it backwards. So I think that's what I'm going to do. But then, like, for example, we can come in here and we can do... maybe. Oh, it's wrong keys. I changed the keys around. What am I doing here? I can't tell what I'm doing here. I can't hear this, so I can't hear if something's going. Forget which keys do it. So I'm supposed to be able to push that back. I have infinite electricity on. I do. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with this, but the little carriage there comes out, theoretically, and it pushes back, and then you can attach. Let me see if I can't figure out what's going on with the seat here. But it does not like to pull Triton. Triton is way too heavy. Triton's like I said, Triton's like 500,000 pounds or something. It does not care to pull on Triton. False, 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 false. Okay, that's what I want. I can't remember the keys on this. Because, you know, since I can control different vehicles, I can't keep the keys static. I have to be able to change them. So let's see. Like, you can see I can definitely... can I lower the winch? Something's up. Okay, there it is. There we go. All right, so something's up. I don't know what's up with this. It was working. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, I think it just has a little delay. Yeah, it seems like there's just a tiny delay on it. But so this makes it so that I can operate that when I'm far away. Oh, you know what it is? I'm having to double tap everything because I have this set to, they're all toggles, and I had to set them to, I had to invert them, so. But this really just dislikes, pulling Triton. So I have to double tap everything to get it to work. So that's why it's misbehaving. You can see it will tow Triton, but it is not happy doing it. It is a very heavy ship, so it will push it fine. Like, I can push it and turn Triton, but it does not like pulling Triton. It's just way too heavy. It's not doing a bad job, but it's just slow. It doesn't like to turn. Like, I can't get that stowed again. I have to work on my mic. I screwed up the microcontroller. There it is. Okay, I've got that in the center now. See, if I go in the center, it's just way too heavy for it. It doesn't want to work. The nice thing, though, is if I detach, it will float back up to the surface, and it will always right itself because the center of gravity is set properly. But kind of a cool little thing. So this will be, you'll be able to remotely operate this, and with huge antennas, this is going to have a 40-kilometer range from Triton. The cool thing, this is actually really neat. So I don't know what the distances are, but let's say, I don't know, let's put a marker out. This would be kind of cool. This would be interesting to add this, to utilize this with the space. This actually might, like, one of the reasons I'm not super, like, getting into, like, some of the space stuff yet is I really don't have any reason to go up there yet. This might give me a cool reason to go up there. No, screw. I'm trying to hit the right buttons here. I'm not seeing, have you guys been having issues with 3D waypoints? I don't see 3D waypoints anymore. See, 3D waypoints is on. I'm not getting 3D waypoints anymore. Anyway, so that is probably easily, I can actually probably plug it into Triton and see. Plug it into Triton. I want to see the distance on that. So I'm trying to see like what the range is. So we are here. Let's go like 40 kilometers away. So right about, okay, so right, that was a pretty good guess. So right about here is 40 kilometers. So right here is 40. So that's the range of this tugboat. So as long as like Triton was anywhere in this range, I can send it in this ring. And so one thought I had is, let's say we put up a satellite. As long as we're within, so what you would do is you put the direction, so let's say we put satellite in geosync orbit directly above the center point of the map, which the center point of the map is beginner base. So right here, you put up a geostationary satellite, and then you do the directional, dish, and you shoot the dish up to the satellite. And then the satellite shoots the directional dish down, and it hits the tugboat. That allows us to go anywhere. Because we have, what was it, 10,000? Yeah. 10,000 kilometer range. So that would allow me to control that tugboat anywhere on the map. So not that it's necessarily all that useful, but it's kind of a cool feature. You know, the other thing you could do is, like, say you want to be able to operate something like that, what you can do is put in ground stations. So you put a ground station here, and then Triton talks to here, and here talks to the tugboat, and then that is now, you can go 40 from here, and you can go 40 from here, and so now you're able to go this far across the map. So just some cool ideas with that, but kind of some cool stuff. MiG-21 has a complex system, and I often end up without air pressure for the brakes. Yeah. Air brakes in a plane's weird to me. That would be ugly. Can it pull Triton? It tries, man. It will pull it. It's just slow. Like, let's see where we at here. This is what should be pulling Triton. My smaller tugboat will pull Triton too, but like the 2111 is what should be pulling it. Like, this is the tugboat for pulling Triton. Pretty much most of my ships are based off Daemon stuff. Like, some of them are 100% Daemon. Like, this is Daemon. Triton was based off a Daemon research vessel. having this and Triton next to each other is not the easiest. They're both pretty resource hungry. You know, I think the other thing too is to read between the lines on some of these things is not that it's guaranteed, but potentially, you know, with them having pressurized air now, this potentially gives us the ability that maybe in the future, since we can take CO2 as exhaust, if we pressurize that, maybe we can get some turbos at some point. That would be interesting. So, you know, if we show enough, you know, interest in it, that's, you know, that's when the devs might think about doing something like that. Try to see, are these moving? Yep, they're moving. Okay. Yeah, so like something like this is what would actually be pulling Triton. So, you know, as you can see, a lot of the fears people had yesterday of the game's broken, oh my god, everything on the workshop's broken. In a day, we're pretty good here, so it's, you know, I understand that, but it was very reactionary. It was just like, dude, take a chill pill, take a day's break, put in some bug reports or don't, and just let them fix it. You know, so like something like this is what would be pushing Triton. This is, you know, a little bit on the big side. Like you could get away with the small tugboat I have, but. And you see how this is actually correct dimensions for this boat. So like it's so friggin' wide because you imagine how stable that is being this wide. Like it is, the dimensions are almost spot on within a meter on this boat, on this tug. All right, and then we want to go desync the azipods. It looks like we have a little bit more momentum. I'm not sure. Could just be me reading into it, but one complaint I wouldn't be surprised if you hear people saying is, like, I can hear the pumps going right now, and it sounds a little loud. So if you have a lot of pumps in your ship, I could see people getting upset with that. So this is where an ASD tug really comes into its own. Like, I can push this sideways with the azipods. That starts to get cool. Like, you can do some cool things with these. Like, that's all the engines are doing is one's forward, one's back, and they're tilted about 22.5 degrees. And then which is my forward? Forward is my port. So let's say I want to push that stern out so we don't hit that tugboat. I rotate onto it like this to focus the push on the stern. And now we're going to miss the tugboat. But I like these this is why I like doing azipods, is it's really cool. Like, you can do a lot of cool maneuvering, and like I did a video where I like went through me like doing some really complex stuff with azipods. It takes a little bit of time, and the game's not perfect because in real life you don't go forward reverse, you turn them 360 degrees. So I would really love to see the devs put in a 360 degree pivot that you know, that has a power connection in it. I'm gonna smash the hell out of this little tugboat. Look at a picture of a little tugboat and the big massive Johnny. Like this one's, you know, this one takes time to move around because it's so friggin' huge. But like, if we were to go and fall into the drink. Let's grab the little tugboat from the beginning of this career build series. Like this one's nice because it's small and it's a little bit more maneuverable. But like using this would be good for moving Triton. This one you'd have to do a lot more throttle. Okay, this one's going to be screwed up because these panels are open. That's part of an issue. So it's the air pressure's not letting these panels seal anymore. So that is something that's up. So I have to deal with those. Like all my panel gaps are screwed up, so I have to fix those. But it's still not. It's still not. Still not sinking though. Is this taking on water? I can't tell. Might be taking on water. I'm not sure. We might end up taking on water here. I'm not sure because that panel is the same as the other system where it stays attached. Might have to try to pulse these. Oil spill. Oil spill. I've never had an oil spill before. Where is that? Is it with us? Yep. We made one. Look at that. See that shooting air into the... Okay, so we're taking on water now. That's no good. So that's interesting. These deck plates are not sealing before. Like, I should have guys had these work before. They just sit in the gap, and they will seal. Like, I'm really excited for the things that I'm looking forward to already with the game is the ability to... Let me just find it. For example, the ability to make moon pools and stuff like that. That's going to be really cool. We'll be able to put some moon pools. I want to make a diving bell for Triton. So we worked on that some yesterday. Lock, seal, true. Okay. I cleared the oil spill up. Look at me. And so, the hell was I saying before the circus came to town? So, like, for example, making a diving bell for Triton. Oh, look at this oil spill. That's great. First oil spill. Let's see. So, like, making a diving bell for Triton that gets lowered over the side. And then, so when we get some of those underwater missions, we would lower it over the side. You got black gold Texas teas out there. I'm getting a lot of money for these oil spills, though. But, as you can see, pretty much back to normal play in the game within 24 hours. I don't think that's too shabby. I definitely think the little bit of craziness going on yesterday with people just being super duper reactionary and not just taking a breath. But even, you know, valid complaints, just not necessarily handled in the best manner. Can't see anything from this range. They're close. Little perception issue here. There we go. Okay. I want to see if these plates seal. These garage doors should seal themselves back up if they get close to back to normal orientation. So I think what's happening is so what used to happen was they would spawn and they would just be hanging in these gaps, and there was no air pressure pushing them out. If you notice now, a bunch of air pressure comes out. I think the air pressure was keeping them from just like settling in, and so that needs to be worked on. So I might have to. So one thing I was thinking is if I pulse the connector here. So like, where is it? Garage here. So engine panel is on. So this should reattach if I can find it. Door frame controller right here. It says lock, seal, true. So when we get within range, that should lock. I wonder if the air pressure is keeping it from locking. So that wouldn't surprise me. That would make sense. Okay. So I'll just try to get it close and see if I can get this to latch. Because I might have to read. I have to figure out what's wrong with these panels if they're not. That looks... Is that latched? No. That's not latched yet. So I'm curious what's up with these and why they're not... why they're not working like they used to. So that's something different. Could be the air pressure is just like constantly pushing them out of position. I don't know. I have to look at them. But there's something that's different that used to work that doesn't. So pretty minor thing, you know, like I could hard seal these in 2 seconds and then they're not a problem. You know, like they should be grabbing right now. They're not. Let's cycle them, see if that does it. False, false. Okay. So like, yeah, this doesn't want to grab right now, but curious why. Yeah, I have no idea why that doesn't want to seal. Wonder if it has gas. Like, I can hear, it sounds like I can hear stuff going by. I'm curious what's going on. Yeah, so that's something I need to fix. But that's it, like, that's a 2-second fix. That could be as easy as this. You know, until I figure out what's wrong with it, that takes me all of this to fix it. I just go, let me see. So I'll do a quick test. I'll spawn it and see if it works. So take a box, go like that. Take a box, go like that. Merge and merge. And we'll see if it blows air out. Nope. So that fixes it if that's an issue. You know what I bet that is? I bet that's the, oh, you know what I wonder if it is? It's probably part of the new, Christ. It's probably part of the new, what do you call it? Subgrids. I bet that's what's causing it. The new subgrids, because the new subgrids are, it's acting like a separate vehicle. You know, I bet you that's what's going on here. You know, so I bet that's what's going on here is just that it's the new subgrids is just a little bit screwy. But I bet you that's what that is. Let me try something really quick. So I've seen a lot of complaints about the oil spills and people who don't read patch notes and who are just not interested in oil spills, which is cool. But I literally have not had any oil spills. Again, I think they should add the option for you to shut them off because, you know, there's so many people complaining about it. It's like, just put a shut off option there so they can not have to worry about it, you know. You know, like literally, you can shut them off. I've never had one until I turned them on, until I had this going, you know. Let's see. What is that? Let me see. Dense fluid out. That's water. Torque. And then is it on the bottom? I clicked the wrong one. And this is light fluid out. Light fluid. All right, dense fluid I would assume is the is going to be water. What are these messages? All right, guys, then I'm going to wrap it up here, take a little break. Let's go ahead and I want to thank everybody for being a member who is a member. Yeah, so definitely kind of the whole thing of all this was people need to relax, man. You know, a lot of people, they're like professional victims, and it's like, I understand it's frustrating, but like you guys have all been good. Very, very rarely have I seen anybody in here that's going nuts about this, but literally, you know, next time this happens, remember this. You know, it seemed like the sky was falling yesterday. A bunch of people were fretting, complaining. They were crying about their builds. They were working hard in their builds to fix their builds. And in less than 24 hours, it was fixed. And there is more to fix. And the best way to do it is to go on the bug tracker, support the bugs that you want fixed. Go on my Discord if you want. There is a new tab. It is called Bug Tracker Support. There's a bunch of bug trackers on there. I posted some of the guys who put some on there yesterday for the bug trackers for the bugs from yesterday. And click that star and go in there and say, yep, I can replicate this too. This is what happens. This is when it happens. You know, saying, you know, get it fixed, Div. This is unacceptable. I saw a bunch of that. Guess what? That's not helpful. That doesn't get the bug fixed any quicker. All it does is show that you're rude. That's it. You know, and there are a bunch of people who said, I think it's this. I think it's this. And they were trying to help the devs out, and that's how you get these bugs fixed. If you really want the bugs fixed, you know, put in a bug report, support the ones that need it, and that's likely what's going to do it. So go on the Discord if you want. You put your feature request or your bug tracker report on there, and that will allow anybody in the community who's on Discord to click on it and star it. And it makes it a little bit easier to get things fixed. I want to thank Cider Mountain, FS Gamer, Connor Boyle, Danny, Miles World, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs, All, and Citrus for being members. If you guys would like to be members, go ahead and look down in the description. I want to thank Chicken Sore for being a patron. I want to thank all you guys for showing up and hanging out and all the subs. If you're not sub, consider subbing, please. Should be getting a bunch more of these tutorial videos out. I'm trying to do them as quickly as possible. The parts videos are just pretty much me telling you what the new parts are. I'm not getting into big details. As you can see, a lot of today was testing. Once I feel confident that I have good testing methodology and things are working the way they should, that's when I'll put out tutorials. I try not to jump the gun on this. I try to make sure I know how it's working, and then I'll try to put out some tutorials. So those are coming. We'll eventually get to space, but I'm in no rush on that. I want to get a lot of these mechanical issues fixed so that people's builds will work. That matters more to me than views trying to go to space. I'd rather get some of these things fixed so that people can do any repairs in their builds that they need to. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.